Traut sich keiner nach vorne? Traut sich keiner in die Vorderen rein? Gehen alle nach hinten? Das ist so der übliche Effekt. Doch. Susanna und Karl trauen sich, ja. Ein bisschen lustig, der Karl. Das wird noch Spaß. Ja, gut, das ist jetzt mal wirklich mal, das ist ja erstmal eine nette Idee mit diesem Connected PDF. Aber da musst du auch irgendwie ein Ökosystem generieren, wenn er das wirklich. Also letztendlich auch genau auch diese Mitglieder hier dann mal einladen, da mitzumachen. Ja? Eben auch. Aber mal gucken.
Ist doch ganz gut, fühlt sich zumindest voll.
Ja, das ist gut. Aber auch in den Räumen ist dann okay. Ich habe ein bisschen Angst gehabt, dass dazu zerfasert ist mit den Räumen, aber ja, weil der zentrale Punkt ist dann schon die Lounge. Naja, dann halt in die Keynote, dann muss sie halt hinspazieren. Darf nur nicht regnen. Dann wird das ein bisschen ja? Dann wird das ein bisschen löber, ja. Ja, so ganz langsam. Mal gucken, ob noch die Massen kommen. Haben wir jetzt 5 nach. Morning. Wo stehst du denn jetzt günstigerweise? So, okay. So dann. Okay, so I hope you can hear me. Yeah, most people are here, so we can start. Good morning, Berlin. Welcome to the PDF days. So that's what we want to do, with you in the next 2 days. We hope and we are looking forward to 2 very interesting days with you, with hopefully a lot of things, interesting stuff, interesting PDF technology. So that's where you hopefully benefit a lot, learn a lot. So we are here in what's called the campus. And I like this location. So this is really, campus is like university. So Olaf, our chairman, will do the PDF university. So you can learn a lot. So very deep technical PDF stuff. So there are other sessions if this is too deep for you. And also when you have seen the students here, they are from all over the world. So it's a very nice mix. I heard voices of different countries, different languages. And we're also happy this is also a very international mix here. I see people from China, from Japan, from Australia, from European countries like Belgium, Sweden. So we really have an international mix. So we hope you really also have a very nice networking, find contacts, basically all over the world. I want to give a short introduction about the logistics, and then Olaf, as the title tells us, we also have a small celebration, but party time is definitely in the evening. Thanks to Adobe for sponsoring the evening. It will be a barbecue, so what's that? Give you a nod. That's not going to rain, so a barbecue in the evening is much more fun if there's at least, but they promised some sun, so we're looking forward to that. So this is a celebration in the evening, 10 years PDF Association, so long way, and many of you joined us and followed us. So for the general time frame, so just that you have a feeling when you are here the first day to get an overview. Today is more what we call the more educational day. So this is really where you should learn topics, the interesting topics which you can pick from the program. The main or the plenary sessions are here in this room. We call it the aula. So this is all the main tracks are here, or the keynotes, or the closing session in the evening, So those will be here, and you did the walk already. So the breakout rooms are upstairs close to the reception. So where you got your badge, there it's upstairs, but you will see labeled, so it's hopefully no problem to find it. And this is a short version. So I hope everybody has this one. This is important. So this really tells you which session is where and which room you're looking for. So I hope you have it. Otherwise, if you're missing that, then Matthias has it at the reception desk.
Just a quick aside, you may have noticed there's a few cameras in the room. We are actually streaming
the presentations in this room. So if you know about people who wanted to come but couldn't make it and may still want to watch at least some of the presentations, whatever's going on in here will be streamed live through YouTube Live. There's an information page on pdfa.org. You find it on the start page. You can find the details where to go to. If you do things like use Twitter or other social media, please help us spread the word about the live broadcast. The Twitter tag would be PDF Days 2016. PDF Days 2016 in just one word. I would appreciate if you could help us promote the live streaming.
Yeah, so everybody goes live, and yeah, let's create some PDF noise in the social media. So everybody helps, please, with a little bit Twitter or Sing or LinkedIn, whatever you feel comfortable to do it. Now remember, cross your fingers for the weather. So I missed the English word. So basically, we have then after the keynote from Scott Mackey, we have 2 tracks, 2 in German and 2 in English. Those are in the breakout sessions, and they, on the one hand, the one track is talking about case studies and the electronic invoicing thing, Sackford, and the English track on the one hand is what Olaf will do, the PDF University, and yes, PDF in practice, so practical solutions. And we obviously have coffee breaks. You have seen it already, or you had a coffee hopefully already. So this is a launch where also the exhibitors are. So this is where you can, where we will have the breaks. And then at 5 we will have the wrap-up session here again. So what we have done also in the previous years and was quite good, that the moderators will give a short summary which most interesting things happened in their track. And then starting at 6 p.m. we have the evening event which is planned as a barbecue. So this will be the day today. Tomorrow is a little bit more the solution day. So this is also a little bit more hands-on. How does it fit into your application scenarios? The day will start tomorrow with a keynote from Leonard. And then we have which is always kind of fun, or at least if you have a long night and you wake up with a short 5-minute session. So not every, but some of our members have 5 minutes to present their solution, and I will really look at the watch, so it's exactly 5 minutes. Nobody is allowed to take more. And then again, we will have 4 tracks, just with letters, A, B, C, D then, which is on the one hand the track A. This is really hands-on, practical session, so there people will really use tools. You can learn how to get more out of PDF, get out more of the PDF functionality and features. Track B will talk about rendition, how to do central PDF conversions, and my beloved topic, PDF A3. And then again, Olaf will go with the PDF University. And we have the other track which is talking about signatures and managing documents workflows. Again, coffee breaks. Then our executive director, Duff Johnson. Where's Duff? Oh, there you are, yeah. Okay, so he will do the closing session, so he's also an important contact for you during the days. And you can also win something. So this is a prize. We have 3 of them, so that's what you can win. So this is a typically Berlin thing, the Buddy Bear, and easy to take home. The option is, I hope you all have it, or again at the reception, here's a small quiz, so you have to answer some answers. Intentionally, you will not know the answers. You have to go to the exhibitors. They will tell you what the answer is, which basically comes because we are 10 years with PDF Association. Is the question, since when are you a member? And I hardly know it from my company. So no way to find that out. So this is also interesting, and we will do the raffle tomorrow in the evening. Okay, then we have a short walk through the 10 years, and Olaf will take over.
Yeah, it's, if you do these things, you realize how time flies by. I still remember the first situations when I was talking to other people who became the founding members of the PDF Association, and PDF Association was actually started in 2006, so it's a really full 10 years. Founding members have been between Thomas' company, Luratech, and my company, Callas, Compart, PDF Lab, and PDF Tools. Except for PDF Lib, I think each of these is here in the room, so it's good to know that it's worthwhile staying around. It's become many more than just 5 members. In 2006, we are now over 150 members, including companies from all over the world, and I mean all over the world. So from just about any continent, many different types of companies, and so on. There have been a few people kind of chairing the whole thing during these 10 years. The first was Thomas Zellmann in 2006, followed by Harald Grumser. Harald, where are you?
That's Harald.
So Harald is also still around. So this must be something good that's going on here. And I've had the pleasure to serve as a chairman in the last few years. Yeah, it was interesting, but it was also a challenge timing-wise, I can tell you. And I think Harald and Thomas would agree. It tends to eat away a little bit of your time. Anyway, we have been quite active during these 10 years. Some of the things going on may not be very obvious, even not to members, not to mention people in the outside world. But there has been very extensive activities in the context of the various ISO groups that are working on PDF standards, including two major technical committees at ISO TC130 for graphic arts industries and TC171 for document management applications. And I think it's fair to say that the PDF Association has had a substantial impact, and I mean that in a good sense, on the development of PDF standards in the last 10 years. And many things that evolved over that time in these committees have been heavily influenced by the PDF Association. And this also shows in the form of formal liaison with both technical committees, both with TC130 and TC171. So that has proven to be very worthwhile, both for the ISO standardization process and of course also for us as the PDF Association. There are certain areas where there's more activity than in others, the groups where this happens are the competence centers, and we have competence centers for PDF, PDFA, PDFUA and PDFVT. Who's not quite sure what PDFVT is? Okay, that's fair enough. So visit our webpage. But in addition to that, just to give you a quick heads up, VT is about high volume transactional printing, variable data printing. PDFUA is about accessibility, universal accessibility. PDFA, I know you have figured that out by now, about archiving and then PDF itself. There is also some very recent activities going on. I think that should say PDFR and not PDFA in this case, next to Twain. So we have been in touch with Twain, the organization specializing in scanning, if I may say so, and scanning systems. They have been around for a long time as well. They were focusing on TIFF for a very long time, but it seems they have become a little bit tired of TIFF and wanted to move on to something that suits their needs more in a better way. And we have been working together with Twain on something called PDFR, or you could also call it PDF raster. So it's a very specialized subset of PDF focusing on using raster content in the context of scanning systems. And if you want to learn more about that, there will be a session by René Rebe just after the keynote today. And we also try to educate the industry at large by coming up with not just all kinds of events, but also all kinds of publications, including relatively popular nutshell books on PDF and PDFUA, lots of flyers, lots of articles on pdfa.org and on other platforms. The major events during these 10 years, and there have been quite a few. I was surprised when I saw the slide how many we've actually done, because each of them is a major effort. The first PDFA conference was in 2007. It was a German event at that time because most members were still from German-speaking countries. That changed quickly, and in 2008 we had our first international PDFA conference, followed by a third and fourth one in 2009 and 10. All of them at that time still just in Europe, because most members were from Europe. Then we decided we should become a bit more technical, not just educational, user-centric, and we did a pretty successful, pretty dense technical conference in Basel in 2012, and I think at least those with an engineering background in this room will think fondly of this event, because at least I enjoyed it very much. That one was followed by another tech conference in Königswinter near Cologne in Germany, and another one that kind of turned the whole thing even more international in North America in Seattle. And then again in 2014 We did an event in Cologne and also in Washington, D.C. and New York. And last year, we also did one in San Jose. This year, I think, unless I've missed something, we don't have anything outside of Europe so far.
No, just PDF days.
Yeah, just so you have to come to Berlin this time to be part of the action. Anyway, quite an impressive list, I think, at least from my point of view, and this will probably continue in a similar fashion in the coming years. Just to briefly review what the PDF Association is about, it's really about, it's a forum or a platform for document technology and related business. So it's not just technical, even despite the fact that it may look like that once in a while. But in the end, all of us have to make some money or become more efficient or productive. And it's definitely intended as a context or an ecosystem where stakeholders, whether you are a member or whether you're just related to this industry in some other fashion, where you can meet, we can argue, where you can do research both on the technical side and on the market side. We consider ourselves to be pretty democratic, so it's not just driven by one or two people. And this is especially important regarding the fact of the size of your company or your operation. So whether you're a very small company or large corporation, you have equal opportunity to become part of what's going on here and really have an impact. And we're seeing this to a high degree. That's really not just the big guys funded by or backed by corporation, but in many cases relatively small companies who are quite active and also have quite a substantial influence on where PDF and the PDF standards are moving or where some of our activities are heading. The link with standardization is very important. For those who have never done standardization, it may always look like it takes an eternity to get to some point. And I see Matthew smiling. he's one of the guys who sits in many of these ISO meetings. Sometimes it feels like it takes forever, and it does take a long time once in a while. But because it takes so long, you have to start early, and it's very important. And what we do today in standardization committees will have an impact 2, 3, 4 years from now. You can't have the same impact if you don't do the standardization today. And I think that's a strong belief shared by many in the PDF Association who've become active in that work in a number of ways. So you don't necessarily have to go to ISO meetings yourself. You could also be a member of a PDF Competence Center. We discuss various topics there, and then some delegates will show up in the ISO meetings and represent the interests of PDF Association members. We also consider ourselves to be a catalyst for a healthy marketplace. So one of the principles is we want to, as much as we can, increase the quality of what's going on in the PDF ecosystem. Try to discourage any technologies, tools, approaches that we don't consider sound or strong or worthwhile. Not to push away certain vendors or certain stakeholders, but just to make sure that the whole marketplace is operating on a relatively high quality level. And some of the activities we have done are directly trying to help with that, like very early on the ESOTOR test suite to help people decide whether certain tools or certain types of files are actually good files or maybe not so good files or tools. I think we have seen that this has helped create a relatively rich and balanced marketplace. You as a customer have lots of options where there's good competition, where the price is right in most cases. So it's really become a healthy place, and the goal is to keep doing that in the future. The future actually starts here, so you're part of the future because you're here. It will be, I think, a pretty interesting 2 days, today and tomorrow. We're going to cover a wide range of topics, really going from user-centric, how do I do this, to pretty academic sessions, especially in the PDF University. Some presentations will be very technical, some will be very philosophical or just focusing on business aspects. As always, and please really understand this and try to take that into account, your input is very welcome also in the sessions we have. While at times it may just be the presenter speaking all the time, it's always very welcome to just raise your hand and say, well, I have something to share here, I wanted to ask something. That kind of interaction makes an event like this even more worthwhile and valuable. This is also the moment to thank especially 3 people who have spent a lot of time and effort and whatnot on making it possible to have this event. It's not just Thomas.
No, it's mainly Matthias.
Do we have Matthias in the room?
No.
He's probably busy doing something.
Yeah.
So, so I'm especially thankful for having Matthias, because he is. I think he just gave up on sleeping the last few days and tried to make sure everything runs smoothly. And it's a wide range of responsibilities he has taken care of, not just videos and broadcasting, but just about anything that you need when you do an event like that. And we also have Duff. Just wave your hand again, Duff. Who was also ensuring that this event is probably going to run quite smoothly, and it's going to be an interesting one. And these are also, it's also the team that over the year, or just on day-to-day level, makes sure that the PDF Association runs relatively smoothly, as far as I can tell. So they take care of inquiries and talk to people and so on. So let me just summarize that by saying have a very nice and interesting event. Take advantage of the many presentations we are offering, talk to each other, enjoy. Hopefully we are going to have some sun tonight to make this a very nice evening event. And I'll hand it back over. No, that's it?
That's it.
That's it. Very good.
Yeah.
So I'll stop talking now and leave you to even more interesting things.
We're totally okay. Okay, thank you, Olaf. So just to repeat it, two to-dos for you. So cross your fingers for the weather, and yes, promote the live streaming a little bit. So as I said, let's create some noise in the social media. Let the world know that, at least the technical or IT world, that the PDF is there. PDF is very well and very alive. Okay, kannst du einmal umschalten auf den Scott? So then we welcome our member of the board, Scott Mackey. He will do the first keynote. Scott is with Adlib from Canada, so one of our members for a long time, and also Adlib is for a long time in the PDF business. And ein bisschen dieser Übersichtsfolie hat er die da drin.
Is this my mic here?
Auch nicht, okay, Mackey. Mach mal den weg.
Hello?
Den mach mal
Hello.
den weg und dann siehst du es auf der Tabelle.
Everybody hear me? Great.
Müsste da sein.
So, Thomas, they don't actually have to listen to me right till 11:45, do they? That's an awful long time to listen. Anyway, I'm not going to be talking for that long.
We have the coffee break. You have 11:15, so that's on the table.
That's better.
Scott will talk about drives the business value. So as Olaf indicated, the next 2 days you will get a lot of technical information and things like that. But what is it all about? PDF or documents should help for our business, for your business, and that's why we're really happy that Scott will start this, so really set up also a little bit the background. That's all about, at the end of the day, it's all about the business, and then we can dive in as much as you want into technical PDF details, so depending on your preferences. So this will hopefully, or I'm looking forward. I've seen the slides, but I'm very curious what you will tell. But we're still okay.
I might need some water too. Is anybody got
Yeah,
water?
I will organize that. Do you want this one?
No, this should be fine.
Okay.
This should be fine. There we go. Wait for it.
Just a second.
This is probably PC fighting with Mac again. There we go.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, so
So the floor is for you.
thank you. So as Thomas said, I wanted to thank the association for inviting me to speak this morning. My speech is more focused on the business value of PDF, so I'm probably the least technical person in the room. You'll probably hear that. What I wanted to focus on was what some of the actual, some of the business value that the solutions that we're all building as a group and community are actually delivering out in the marketplace. So just a quick raise of hands. I know there's a mix of end users here and vendors. How many are end users of the PDF technology here? Okay, I see a few hands. How about vendors? Okay. All right, that's kind of what I thought, but just that might temper the way I sort of tell my stories, essentially, in terms of what I want to tell you. So when we talk about the portable document format, a lot of what I hear when I speak to members of the association is around the capabilities of the format, and there's tons of them. All the vendors that you just saw raise their hands in the room contribute to this, and way more. Obviously, there's a whole lot that the technology is capable of doing. The portable document format contains all kinds of wonderful bells and whistles. What I want to focus on is the so what. Who cares? What do these things actually mean? What value do they actually deliver out in the marketplace? So I've got some use cases that I'm going to walk you through that hopefully will be of interest, and hopefully you can take those through the sessions that you go to today and tomorrow, and hopefully they give you some ideas about other things that you might want to be pushing or questions you might want to be asking about how else can we actually create some capability or leverage a capability that exists to solve some real world business problems. So first, we've all seen these kinds of slides. There's 1,000 of them. The real message here is that there's a huge and growing volume, variety, and velocity of information that's flowing through organizations. So, pick your stat, petabytes of information, 650% growth. The whole idea is that regardless of what industry you're dealing with, the information that they're dealing with is growing by leaps and bounds. So they're drowning in this stuff. And PDF plays a critical role in a lot of different workflows. And we'll talk about some of those this morning, or I'll touch on a few of those this morning. So this is a view from AIM. I think they've been mentioned in a few of the papers and whatnot. This is sort of their current approach in terms of how to communicate, how companies are trying to deal with this volume of information. So the radical disruption in the landscape of today's market, they look at it in sort of these three categories: automation, security and governance, and insight. So I'm going to go through some use cases in each of those areas and how PDF actually plays a role in every one of these things. Has anybody heard dark and dirty data out there? No. One of the quotes that I put out from an article I read was that 83% dark, 41% stale is okay for chocolate, but it's not okay for content. That's really what companies are dealing with. I dealt with one enterprise that said they had 18 copies of any one file. That's dark data. That's information they don't know what they've got. And they can't secure, control, or leverage what they don't know they have. These problems are at such a state now that these are getting C-level attention, right? So this is the C-level that cares about this stuff. One large enterprise we're dealing with, it's actually the board that's demanding that they get a handle on some of these problems. So I'm going to go through a couple of examples here. So when we look at these three areas, automation, security, and governance, and insight, some of the workflows that we see quite often are around content migration, compliance, data and privacy, and also classification and analytics. So I'm going to talk about some of those stories here in a second. So for automation, M&A. Big thing in big industries, and it's not just in life sciences or in energy or in financial services, but these companies are trying to get full control over the content that they've got. So if you're Pfizer and you're buying Amgen, I know that fell through, but if you're buying a big company like that, you're buying it for a reason. There's a lot of corporate IP that you're trying to get your hands on, get a handle on. Thanks, Thomas. I asked him for some water. I didn't see any in the room here. And we see a lot of companies that are dealing with this stuff where they're using PDF as the technology to take this content from these repositories that they're inheriting or from legacy repositories, turning that into searchable content, extracting information from the PDF to apply as metadata so that the content can be found. So they can actually uncover and reveal all this dark and dirty data that they're inheriting so they can actually get full advantage of the asset that they're purchasing. And it also applies the other way around. If you're a big company and you're packaging up an asset to sell off, we see this in some of the oil and gas companies that we deal with, being able to leverage PDF and its capabilities to reveal information about the content that you actually have means that you can search across all your different repositories and systems, find all those assets, package them up, and then send them off. but not everything. There's certain things that have your own IP that you want to retain, and PDF is a great format for basically defining which pieces you want to get rid of and which pieces you actually need to retain. So mergers and acquisitions is a key area, and the volumes of information that they're dealing with are massive. Another feature that we talk about in PDF is compression. The companies that we talk about say they don't care about compression because of the savings it provides in terms of file storage. We've got companies that are decommissioning a North American operation, moving content to Europe. They care about it because it accelerates the flow of content across the Atlantic, essentially. The pipeline costs and all those sorts of things. So it's actually the speed of information travel is why they care about the compression capability of PDF. That's the business value. There's a lot of different examples of how PDF helps companies accelerate their time to market too. The story I'll tell you here is around life sciences, but there's plenty of examples in manufacturing as well. In life sciences, for those of you that don't deal in that industry, essentially when they file for a patent for a new drug, that patent it's a 20-year patent. So when they file it with the FDA, for example, they get 20 years to get that to market and make all their money. That's why the pill prices go through the roof, because sometimes it takes them 13 years to actually get to market, to get that final FDA approval. Anybody got a guess on how much every day they can get that drug to market sooner? Guess how much that's worth to their bottom line? Spit it out. Audience participation. What's that? Somebody had it. That's good. Usually they go under. It's actually, this is probably about 5 years old, but it's $1.3 million a day for every day they can get that new drug to market. So, and as some of you probably know, they live and breathe PDF. Everything that goes to the FDA for approval is PDF, and it has to be perfect. Hyperlinks have to be perfect. The pagination has to be perfect. The bookmark structure, the special characters and whatnot, all the things that we talk about and that you hear about in the sessions today, all of those things contribute to making it really easy for the FDA to review that submission. And if you make it easy for the FDA to review it, it means you get your drug to market sooner. And if every day is worth $1.3 million, all of a sudden you start to see it line up. So life sciences is one of those companies, or one of those industries, I suppose, that's realized that the strategic use of information technology, including PDF, has a meaningful hit to their bottom line. So life sciences is huge. We do also have other, pardon me for a second, we have other examples from manufacturing. Got one customer that manufactures railway cars, for example. And one of their challenges was actually getting content into the organization and in a format that could actually be leveraged throughout all the different workflows that they had. So what they had was a bunch of different suppliers that contribute to the process of making a railway car, essentially. And they were coming in different formats, whether it was CAD or Office or whatever. And there was this blockage at the front end where this information was coming in. So by creating a portal and normalizing all that content to searchable PDF, basically streamlined all the workflows after that and actually helped contribute to their ability to get the next version of rail car, I guess, out on the market. So it actually helps speed time to market. That's the business value, what this format is actually enabling. The claims process, the third one here, the general statement is improving operational efficiency, but what I wanted to do this morning was, again, tell some of these real-world use cases and examples. So this is where insurance companies are actually using the PDF technology to improve their operational efficiency, to automate and create straight-through claims processing. It's actually delivering an improved overall customer experience. So if you think of all the insurance companies that, I'm not sure what it's like in Europe, but in North America, there are the traditional ones, and then there's all these upstarts, the ones born online, for example, all the online insurance companies. And they're starting to eat the lunch of the bigger ones, for example. So making sure you deliver superior overall customer experience is critical. Pardon me. Mobile enablement, automation, all of these things actually help contribute to a superior overall customer experience, and PDF plays a key role in that. And if you can actually deliver a better overall customer experience, you can improve your customer retention by some say 24 or 28%, for example. So PDF is having a meaningful impact there. So what was happening before, there were actually, many of them were using PDF already because their claims processors were gathering the material, looking up the records in their systems, combining different materials, manually converting this content to PDF, and then basically spending 15 to 20% of their time assembling this claims material and then actually working on it. But what they realized is that they can use PDF to automate that, bring in different formats, create bookmark structures, take all the values of the PDF format and combine those to automate and streamline the claims process. So what they're finding is that they're actually delivering a better customer experience, which is improving their customer retention overall. There's one in Europe actually that It was a unique scenario, and I keep meaning to look this up. I can't remember exactly what country it's in. But there's a central portal where if you're in an accident, you submit all your claims material. And what one of our customers found out is that the first one to respond, not the one with the lowest price, but the first one to respond was the most likely to win the business, about 85% of the time. Using this manual process previously, obviously they weren't winning as much business, but by automating that, using PDF, automatically merging this content together into a searchable PDF, putting that package in front of the knowledge worker, the claims processor, meant that they were winning that much more business. That's real world business impact, as you can imagine. The other thing related to that I'd like to say is put your knowledge workers back to work. You know, you don't pay a claims processor to be a PDF expert. I'm not a PDF expert. This room probably is. But you don't pay a claims processor to be a document processing expert. You pay them because of their knowledge around how to process claims. So automate that. Use some of the features of the PDF format to get that package in front of them and give them the ability to use their expertise to focus on that job as opposed to the document composition side. So that's where automation can actually have some immediate value in terms of some use cases. Any questions about that so far? I know it's a keynote as opposed to a back and forth, but I'm happy to answer questions. There's a number of them around security and governance as well. So again, not focusing on the features and functions, but I'm going to try and tie a few of them in here. Personally identifiable information, non-public information, commercially confidential information. Anybody not familiar with those terms? So I know it's a large thing here in Europe, especially, but certainly it's growing in North America. The fact that our personal information is on documents floating through the organizations that we deal with is a big concern for people, right? We want to be able to control and secure that content. And PDF is an ideal format for that, not only because it's common and accessible, but because you have some of those other capabilities to redact, secure it, identify what kind of content it is so that it's being managed and stored effectively. So we've got some companies that are actually looking at that because it's keeping them out of the news. That's the business value for them in terms of leveraging this format, is keep my company out of the news. One big company we're dealing with over in the US has got mortgage records for decades. There is all kinds of personal information buried in content spread across that organization. It's not stored in one single repository. They're trying to get their handle on what have we got. Again, you can't control, secure, or leverage what you don't know you have. This whole idea of dark and dirty data. They've got stuff stored in all kinds of different places. Has anybody here got the storied X drive at their organization? Stuff where everything gets stored? Come on, everybody here's got everything stored properly in a repository? That's great. Anyway, every enterprise I go into smiles at the, yeah, they've all got, it's E drive or it's a G drive or what, it's a place where everybody dumps everything. And it's got risk in that. There's content in there that shouldn't be there, for example. And this is what companies are getting worried about. And this isn't just a C-level problem, this is a board-level problem where they've actually mandated get control over this. And why are they saying that? Because they want to stay out of the news, right? That's huge brand damage, huge shareholder value damage if your company shows up in the news. We've actually got a big FinServe company, again, I'm intentionally not naming names here, but they have been fined for this, around having exposure to people's personally identifiable information, to the point now that they actually have to report. There has to be an article posted in the papers when there's even a risk of exposure to personally identifiable information. So there was a cleaner in a room that happened to, I guess, have access to a USB drive. He didn't even take it, but had access to it. It showed up in an article in the news. That's the kind of stuff that makes shareholders really, really nervous and boards nervous. So PDF plays a really important part in some of these workflows. And it's an opportunity, I think, for the association, for the vendors here, to start asking some of those questions of our customers and of the organizations that work in those industries, what concerns they've got in some of these areas, and identifying where PDF can actually play a role in this stuff. We talk about the searchability of it, but the features around proper redaction. PDF offers that capability. I know there was a vendor years ago that kind of did the wrong thing, I guess, and used redaction as a layer. Well, removable layers is going to make anybody happy. Leonard's pursing his eyebrow there. He probably knows what vendor I'm talking about. But you can actually use the PDF format to properly redact information. The customers we're talking about aren't looking to redact everything and store it that way forever. But because PDF is a wonderful output format from many source formats, you can actually create a fully accessible version that's behind the tripwire that the right people have access to, but you can create redacted versions for those layers outside the tripwire for those people that still need access to the content, but not the personally identifiable information. focus a lot on PII, but there's also companies that we deal with that are worried about their corporate confidential information too. So formulas or special project names or things that they want to protect and control, non-public information. Again, PDF can play a key role there and manage corporate risk. Regulatory compliance, we've touched on that as well. There's lots of opportunities, a lot of organizations. You see it in the PDFA in a nutshell book. I was just scanning through that earlier, where increasingly organizations are using PDF as their standard format or the highly recommended format for regulatory compliance. I think it was NERMA that was mentioned in the PDF nutshell. I mentioned FDA for their submissions. It's not so much for compliance, but for the regulatory submissions. But there are opportunities, I think, for this organization and for the vendors that are here. And part of the reason I see value in this association is that it acts as the voice for all of the vendors in the room, where we can approach some of these industry organizations and basically educate them on the value that we're introducing here, not the capabilities, but what it's actually able to introduce as a format for their industries. So I think, as I mentioned, NERMA and FDA, but there's certainly more work to do, I think, in the financial services area, banking and whatnot. I think they can adopt it more readily. I think there was some news recently. NARA's been around for a while, the National Administration for Records and Archiving. I've got that backwards. But NARA, Library of Congress was the other one that was mentioned. Those are archival standards bodies, but there's other regulatory compliance, not just for archival, but there's other kinds of compliance bodies and whatnot out there that will leverage or could leverage PDF that probably don't know enough about it yet. So it's, I think, about us elevating our message to tell them how we can play a role there. The allow for tailored content. So this is SOP, is an SOP, Standard Operating Procedure story. It's a simple one, but it's one that I like to tell because it highlights, again, sort of a capability of PDF, but that's driving immediate, well, not immediate, but business value, significant business value. So we've got a customer that's in the medical devices area, and they're automating the creation of PDF as their SOPs are in the PDF format. So they've gone from paper, thankfully, to digital, PDF being the obvious format. So it's searchable, it's bookmarked, it's the ideal format. They can access it on their online portal, but it's a medical device company. So they're physically printing these things off. Some other companies have moved to tablets, but this company is still physically printing them off. But they're using that feature, dynamic watermarking. So in PDF, you can have an invisible watermark, for example. It doesn't show up when you view it online, but when you physically print it, it'll put a watermark on the document. You know, I call it a dynamic watermark. There's probably a better, more technical term for it. Listen to Leonard tomorrow, he'll maybe tell you. But what they do is, so when you're viewing it, that's the one I want. But when it gets physically printed, that's when it puts a date on there. So it actually says, this document valid for 5 days from June, whatever today is, 14th. Is it 14th today? So when it's left on the shop floor, somebody can see if it's current or not. And the impact of that, of course, is that these are medical devices that they're building, right? So if over the weekend there was an adverse event report logged, and one of these devices was leaking because it didn't have the extra quarter turn to tighten something on that medical device, that's a pretty big deal, right? It's somebody's life in your hands type of thing. So having that little feature of PDF on the document allows them to be sure that they're working with the most recent most recent version, most updated version of that SOP. So they're creating output that has that extra quarter turn in the instructions in that SOP. So it's a not silly little feature, dynamic watermarking in PDF. That's the way we used to talk when we were sort of a smaller company. But now it's, why are they doing that? Why do they care about putting a watermark on the PDF? It's to ensure that they've got proper controls over the information so that it's ensuring patient safety at the end of the day. So that's significant in terms of the value. And the last one, I don't know if you noticed there in the mob, one of my favorite stories. So, I guess I can reveal some of this. So it's Ministry of Justice in Italy, essentially. And it's a fairly simple story, standard PDF searchability story. But essentially what this format is allowing the organization to do, or the country to do, essentially, is prosecute crimes. So the features and capabilities, universal accessibility, the searchability, the PDFA, so they can archive this stuff long term, all of those things are actually contributing to a faster flow of justice related to the mob. The reason I like telling that story, it's a customer of ours. They could have centralized the processing of all this content. Any one of the vendors in here would be able to support this. It's not specific to us. They could have centralized all this, the processing of the e-discovery material for this criminal content, But because of the threat of the mob, because it was a central target, they actually had to distribute it across the country. So they actually had to buy a whole bunch of technology from us, so the mob did us a favor, but they actually had to distribute that around the country because they couldn't centralize the processing of all that content. But essentially, that's the business value, is you're actually facilitating the speeding up of the justice system by making sure that that content is shareable and it's accessible, and that they can assemble their cases that much more readily. Okay, a few more stories. That's a few of them. We touched on NARA as well. So there are a number of state, federal organizations that are looking to preserve their content long term. Again, in that PDFA in a nutshell, Airbus is mentioned, where they have to store content for 99 years. We have some companies that are storing records related to cancer research, for example, and that content can never be deleted. There are buildings, bridges, those sorts of things where the plans for those things have to survive for 50 or 100 years beyond the end of that actual equipment. So long-term digital archive and knowledge preservation is critical. We were working with some organizations, it was actually a country that was trying to preserve some of the World War I war diaries, for example. They wanted to preserve that knowledge using PDF. Now OCR wasn't going to work because a lot of this was handwritten war diaries, for example, but using PDF and PDFA as part of that history preservation, essentially, was something that was very important for those organizations. And a lot of these companies that we're dealing with have been around for a long time. First of all, some of the ones here in Europe, for example, have got documents that are, predate paper. For example, some of these universities and whatnot are trying to capture and store some of this knowledge and history, and PDF is a perfect format for making sure that you're preserving that ongoing history and preserving it for the future. RBS is related to Royal Bank of Scotland, so it's another customer experience story, and this one is around. Well, it's a combination. So they're actually, it's a big data story to a certain extent. The article that was published, and this isn't a customer of ours, at least not for this application, big data stories are often around structured content, so databases and how to mine all that structured content to find new information to actually reveal something that's useful to the customer. But imagine you've all seen the stats. I think 85% of an enterprise's organization is unstructured content. So that's Word documents and spreadsheets and scanned images and whatnot. Imagine all the customer information that's buried in that content. If you can reveal and absorb all of that content buried in that unstructured content, combine it with the structured stuff, and do your analytics on it, there's all kinds of customer insights you can deliver. And that's what the RBS article was all about, was they were going to crunch through all of the different repositories of customer content they had to try and find the linkages so they could deliver increased value and increased services to their customers. You know what, you bought this plan over here, that actually gives you insurance for this product here, so let's cancel that for you and reduce your overall monthly rates. That's what they were looking to do. But they were focused on the structured stuff. If you can combine all that with the historic information about the original mortgage that you paid or whatever insurance packages you have, combine all of that holistically using PDF and its ability to reveal that content, you can improve the overall customer experience in a significant way. We actually have another large insurance company actually that's using the ability to create PDF that are either like a high quality larger one for obvious reasons if you want to print and consume that and have the professional appearance. But because PDF can also, you can create a really thin, light one that's perfect for mobile devices. I think actually that's, Leonard, what you're talking about tomorrow, is from watches to walls, I think is what it's titled for tomorrow's session. The PDF format has that flexibility. You can start from a high quality to something that's really, really tiny. Depending on what your customer is doing, what device they're on, PDF is an ideal format to actually share that experience or improve that overall experience. So it's a pretty important one. The last one, I ignored the S there. I deleted the wrong character. Unlock content for big data analytics. So I mentioned a big data story a minute ago. And it's getting a lot of press these days. And I think in our space, well, at least for me, maybe it's not all vendors here, the unstructured content doesn't seem to play a very prominent role in the big data analytics stories. But what we're finding actually is that increasingly there are opportunities that if you're raising that question, as I just did before, asking a company, not just what are they doing with their structured content, but what about all the unstructured stuff? And what value is buried in that content? What else could you reveal in terms of adding value for your business or for your customers from all that unstructured content? And in asking some of these questions, we realized that one of our long-term customers was actually processing 500 million pages a year and pushing that content through to Watson for analytics, essentially. So a big insurance company, essentially, and they were using PDF to normalize all the content. And in this case, PDF wasn't the end destination. They actually used PDF as an interim step and then created some high-value, highly structured text, which is one of the benefits of this format, feeding that into Watson. And it was actually able to combine that and, using the brains of Watson, essentially, assess risk for the content that was flowing into it. So you're using PDF essentially as a conduit to drive big data content analytics, and that's something that's we don't often read about, and I think there's a real opportunity for us to make a little bit more noise about as an organization or as an industry. That's something that we can probably take some more time to reveal and to leverage, I should say. Okay, that's it for stories. Hopefully, what I've done is highlighted a couple of different examples of use cases about how PDF is driving some real business value. And I talked to a couple of features and functions. I know this is a very technical audience, but the whole purpose of today, for me anyway, was to try and tell some higher level stories, hopefully get some ideas going so that you could actually take those into your sessions and ask some questions, whether it's here over the next 2 days or back with your customers when you start having those conversations. But these are some of the things that we talked about. That from an automation perspective, PDF accelerates time to market. It enhances customer experiences, it improves operational efficiencies. All of those are very marketing terms, but hopefully you heard some stories there about what those actually mean in terms of real world examples. Reduces corporate risk associated with NPI, that's the non-public information. Ensures regulatory compliance, allows for content access controls, that was the SOP story, and facilitates e-discovery. That's something that's very important. And then from an insight perspective, unlocking the content for big data analytics, I think, is a real opportunity that customers can take advantage of. Allows you to fully leverage any new corporate IP that you may have ingested from M&A activity, for example. And then preserving valuable knowledge is PDF in a nutshell. It's more than just archive, it's more than just capture. These stories sort of span the overall content lifecycle. So hopefully I've highlighted a couple of those. And just to wrap up, there's a couple of other things I wanted to show you. I know that's probably impossible to read. I used to use, well, the previous one was the AIM diagram. This one's from the Information Governance Institute. And again, that idea of security and governance and whatnot, PDF plays a key role in that. And this is one of their diagrams, and there's a slightly better zoomed in version here. The reason that I like it is that it does highlight a host of different concerns that companies have, and PDF plays a role in every single one of them. I like the middle too, right? It's about creation and use of information, and retention and archive, disposition, store and secure, hold and discover. All of these are stories for PDF, and I didn't tell all of these today. The idea of claims and insurance, contracts management for legal, for ongoing risk, you got digital preservation. Am I doing something wrong? Am I running out of time? Sorry. Creeping me out, Thomas. Device-ready content. So these are some concerns that the IT group might have. The discussion around NPI, non-public information, from a privacy and security perspective, and then content analytics and big data. Again, these are the things that it's driving, right? So that's a risk message, that's a legal risk message, there's profitability opportunities. All of these things are being driven by PDF. So that's why I like using this image to sort of tell the stories of PDF, for example. And it's not just the business impact, right? So if we elevate this, I guess, to the ultimate level, and depending on how cynical you are, I could tell the story for life sciences that they want to use PDF because it helps them get their drug to market faster, and they can be more profitable. That's sort of the cynical approach. If I'm in front of my life sciences customers, I'm telling them we're actually helping them help the world because it helps them get those life-saving drugs to market faster. That's really what they're after, right? Is having something that can actually contribute to the overall value to society, is delivering these drugs. If they can make a little profit on the side, then fantastic. But also the SOP story, right? It's using this format to do things like actually increase public safety, increase access to information. So I didn't talk a lot about the tag PDF story or accessibility. I think there's probably a couple of sessions on that. But making content accessible, not just for those of us that can read the screen, but making it truly tagged and accessible so that it can be read or it can be delivered in a variety of other formats. That's huge in terms of the human impact of PDF, much beyond the business impact. It's enabling global collaborations. I didn't talk about the European Parliament story, but normalizing content to a searchable, consistent format, PDF, is one of the ways that they get all of this, all the content from all the member states into a single accessible format that's facilitating global collaboration and communication. That's not small, that's great. Accessibility for everyone, and the knowledge and history preservation, I touched on some of that as well. These are some of the actual human impacts beyond just the benefits to businesses, but the benefit that this wonderful format has actually delivered to the world to a certain extent. Leonard, were you involved in the original writing of the PDF spec? I thought you were early on anyway. I just want to call it, thanks, because it's pretty cool stuff that this format has actually done, right? You've been involved since the beginning. And this community as well, in terms of their contribution to it. These are some of the things that are actually happening downstream or as a result of the work that you're doing. So don't dismiss that. So as I mentioned, we started off with, it's PDF, right? It's portable document format, but I'd like to suggest it's not really portable. Is it the perfect document format? Yes, well, I'm sorry. Because it is much more than just portability, right? These kinds of stories, it's not just about making content portable, it's having much broader implications than that. So that's my nod to the PDF Association, perfect document format. And then where can we take it from here? So that's the other idea too, that the vendors and people in this session, as you go through your discussions, think about that from a higher level. What else can we do? This is the stuff that Thomas and Olaf and many in this room are actually driving. Matt, they're thinking in these ways. What else can we do? Not just because it's a cool thing to add, but because it has some real world impact in terms of the value that it can deliver. So that was the best quote. I was looking for a German quote, but I couldn't find one that was, I was going to butcher it, so this was good enough. When you've exhausted all possibilities, remember this, you haven't. And I think that's true about the PDF format. It started off cool, and it just keeps getting better. So we may think that we've tacked enough bells and whistles onto it. There's much more that it can do, I think, longer term. So that's part of what we're all here to try and drive. That's it. Left. I didn't even see.
No, it's on. Okay, thank you very much, Scott. Very interesting. Stay here. So, yeah, it's a keynote. Anyway, we have time for questions. There is another micro there. If you have some questions for Scott in the general business context.
My accent's from Canada.
Not really. Everybody's a little bit hesitating. It's a large room, yeah. Okay, there was a yesterday evening discussion, but I discussed with Duff, and we think there are 1 trillion of PDFs out there. Do you agree, or what's your feeling from the...
Trillions? Yeah.
No, I don't know.
So what was the question?
Trillion, whether we reached 1 trillion.
I'm sure we've reached trillions, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we're dealing with customers, single customers that have got single migration projects that are in the billions. I've got one that's 1.4 billion documents or something they need to convert. So actually, it was a big life sciences customer that I think they were joking. She kind of gave me a weird look, but they said they had 1 trillion objects that they were managing. But I don't think they were all PDF, let's put it that way. Carl?
How many would you think there are per year? So if there's 2.5 trillion, I know that was suggested last year by...
That will come back to that in the evening when I want to start, because when we talk business...
How many PDFs are in the market now?
Volume of important business documents out there, and as you say, every day it's...
There was a chart I saw from Duff, and I can't remember if it's up to date or not, but the digital content that was out there and how much of it was PDF, it was huge. Leonard?
I'm going to actually show some numbers tomorrow morning during my keynote, so people can wait until tomorrow.
Yeah, but I know like we have customers doing 2.5 million of them a day type of stuff, so all that stuff is piling up in a huge way, Everybody needs more coffee. They haven't got ramped up yet.
Can we have your email address? I see it's not there if we've got questions.
Yes, no, I should put that up. Mackey at adlibsoftware.com. SMACKEY. Cool. What's next? Break? Any more questions?
Okay, thank you again, Scott. So everybody is warming up a little bit. So we have the the coffee break now, so if also the first chance for your quiz or have a coffee, have network discussions. This room will have after the break, which is 11:45, the disrupting with Bruno Lowagie. Okay, enjoy your coffee break.
That's okay. Could be. I haven't done the dry run, so I haven't done a dry run, but never for an audience. So can give me a sign. Give me a sign when I'm kind of lagging behind. So, well, if I have 10 minutes, that's a good cue. Okay. Okay. Just let me know when to start. And, okay. 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 I'll start. My name is Bruno Lowagie. I'm from iText, and today I'm going to talk about the creation of documentation, creation and distribution of documentation. It won't be all about PDF. We'll see some other document formats too. Now, I started my career in IT in '96. It wasn't in the PDF business. It was in the GIS business, Geographical Information Systems. And in the second year, I was confronted by my boss with a survey done by Esri. Esri is a big GIS company. And one of the questions, I'll summarize, one of the questions is, dear customer, what do you want more from us? Do you want more functionality, more features, or do you want more documentation? I was an engineer, so I said, well, all the customers, they will want more features, they will want more functionality. But the opposite was true. And the secret of success, according to the customers, was good documentation. So when I started writing iText, the first thing I did, so iText was released in 2000, the first thing I did was write a tutorial along with the source code. I can't find it anymore today, but I still have the tutorial of 2004, where you see that I created that tutorial in XML, and then every time I changed something, I had an automated process that applied the right HTML tags and that used CSS to present it. And that was actually how iText made its first money, because there were some ads on the side of the tutorial, and you could see that all the competitors of iText, Copav, Big Faceless, and Antenna House were the first sponsors of iText. Now, creating documentation in HTML from XML, it's really difficult. And the next step was people saw this tutorial and they said, hey, this is great documentation. Why don't you write a book? So the next time that happened after the tutorial in 2004 was I got a book contract offered by O'Reilly. And I said, but I can't write a book. I'm not a writer. I'm a developer. I'm an engineer. Engineers don't write books. That was what I thought. But then in April 2005, I received a second offer for a book by Manning. And so Manning Publications back then, they had about 50 books a year that they published, whereas O'Reilly had about 500 books. And I thought, if I have to choose, which publisher will I choose? The one that only has 50 books or the one that has 500? And then I thought, well, if one book at Manning fails, that's 2% of their yearly revenue. so they will invest in me. And so I went for Manning Publications. And how does that work? How do you write a book? Well, the first contact is with the publisher's assistant. And the publisher's assistant, he introduces you to the acquisition manager who helps you write a book proposal. And this book proposal, you have to create the whole table of contents up front and a summary. So you need to know up front what you will write about. And this book proposal goes to people in the industry. And you need like the approval of 4 to 5 people from the industry, like CTOs, CEOs, who say, this is a valuable proposal, you should offer this guy, you should sign a book contract with this guy. And so when you get a book contract, you have 5 deadlines. 1 deadline for chapter 1, 1/3 of the manuscript, 2/3 of the manuscript, 3/3 of the manuscript, and then after you have finished 3/3 of the manuscript, you have the final manuscript. And so, yeah, I started working. And how do you write a book? Back then, you wrote a book in Word, and so you got a developmental editor. The developmental editor helped you develop your book. For my first book, it was a science fiction author who helped me. And so I was a Java programmer. I was the original author of iText. And this developmental editor, he had never written one single line of code. So I was like, are you going to tell me what to do? I'm Mr. iText. But that didn't work. So that was a lesson in humility. I had to kind of change my mindset and say, hey, this guy is here to help me. And so once you have met the deadline, the review manager comes to you. And the review manager will send out your manuscript to different people. And these different people will reply by mail. And this mail will be anonymized. And they will give you feedback on your book. And if the feedback was okay, there will be a MEEP. MEEP was Manning Early Access Program. People could buy the book before it was finished, and they would get like the first 3 chapters, the first 6 chapters. So people were starting to read your book while you were writing it. PDF only came into play after 3/3 of the book. Then you had a copy editor who looked for all the typos and for the language. You had a technical editor who had to check all the examples. Do they work? Do they compile? Do they execute okay? A layout designer. So that was one of the burdens of working with Word. You weren't supposed to think about layout, but it's very hard to avoid this. When you are writing a paragraph and it doesn't fit the page, you change the paragraph to make it fit the page, and that's crazy because the final book will look differently anyway. And a proofreader, that's like I've read my book like 6-7 times before it was published, and still there were typos in it. A cover designer, and then the marketing manager, he gives you a go or a no-go for the book. Now, this was very difficult for my first book because I had been writing for 9 months, and then I got a call from the publisher, and he said, well, we all like you, and you met all your deadlines, and that's fine, but we don't think we're going to publish your book because we think it's not marketable. And so then the next effort was prove that the book was marketable. Now, eventually, that worked out. So the first edition of iText in Action took me 3 months to prepare, 6 months to write, and post-production 9 months. So that was convincing marketing that the book could be sold. The second edition was faster, 6 weeks to prepare, 7 months to write, and only 4 months for the post-production. Now, the result was first edition sold 11,600 copies. A bestseller in IT world is like 5,000 copies. So from these 11,600 copies, 8,500 were sold on paper, so the actual paper book. 3,000 were sold as an ebook, so that's a PDF book. And the second edition, I made almost as much money selling less copies, but the money wasn't really that important. What was important for me was that James Gosling, he's the inventor of Java, he wrote a blog about the book. So the book turned out to be really good marketing. Now, disadvantages of writing a book for a publisher. Writing a book in Word is hard. It's Word is not, it's made for documents, it's not made for writing a 600-page book. And in the meantime, the writing process at Manning has been fine-tuned. There are other ways to to write a book. But then the other problem I had was that illegal copies, they appeared before I ever received the first copy of my own book. So I was very happy when I got my FedEx box with my first 50 copies of my book. But even then, already a month before that, I could find my book illegally on the internet. And so for the product, for iText, that's not a problem, because the more the book is distributed, the more people get to know the book, and the more people get to know iText. But for the publisher, obviously, that was a loss of revenue. A book is also expensive. So the book in the States was $50. In Europe, it was 60 euros. Don't ask me why the difference in price. But the author only gets 10% on the profit. And so there were people who bought the book, and they said, I spent 60 euros on it, and you're the author. You have made money out of me, so you have to answer my question. And so that's kind of strange, because on the 60 euros that he spent, I only got 1 or 2 euros. So that's a big difference. You don't own your own book. So we have customers at iText, and we wanted to give our book like the free ebook, but we aren't allowed to do that because the copyright is with the publisher. And so what we had to do was we had to buy vouchers from the publisher, and these vouchers we could then hand them to customers, and customers then had to register with their email address with the publisher. So we were kind of doing the marketing, giving the leads to the publisher, and then these vouchers, after 3 months, they expired. So if a customer waited too long to use the voucher, then they phoned us, and we were the help desk of the publisher. So that's a disadvantage. And then also, a book is outdated by the time it's released, especially for the first book, when you see that it took 9 months to have the manuscript and 9 months post-production. That was a double pregnancy to make a book. In software, that's a long time. So I asked myself, can I write a book on my own? Can I do this myself? So when I wrote a book on digital signatures, again, I worked with Word, but it was a book of only 200 pages. That was still manageable, not a book of 600 pages. And I converted it to PDF, and I just put it online. But one of the disadvantages there, well, the advantage was I can offer it for free. I'm the copyright owner. I can do with it whatever I want, and many people will promote it because I give it out for free. But I didn't have any reliable statistics. So people would Google for a term, click on a link, and they would get the PDF with the book. And so I had about more than 5,000 downloads a month, but I didn't know, are these people who clicked on a link and just watched it once and were not really interested in it? Are these people who download the book multiple times? So I had no way to manage the audience. I didn't know who downloads the books, I couldn't inform people about updates, and there was no way to publish the same content on my website as HTML. Well, you could convert Word to HTML, but that's kind of tricky. So then I moved to LeanPub. What is LeanPub? LeanPub is an online publishing platform, and you write your text in Markdown. So you create all these small TXT files, you put them on Dropbox, and then you push a button on the LeanPub website, and LeanPub will take this Markdown text files from Dropbox, from your Dropbox, and will create a PDF, an EPUB, a .mobi. And then readers, they can subscribe. So the moment you say, I'm going to publish this book, people can start registering for your book. And an author can inform the readers. So the readers, they register with LeanPub. They can remain anonymous, but as an author, I have a form that I can fill out, and I can say, hey, dear person who subscribed for my book, I have just published an update of my book. If you're interested, you can download it. The author keeps the copyright and can choose to offer the book for free, or he can set a minimum price in the sense that for every sold book, Leanpub gets at least 50 dollar cents, and then everything that is on top of the 50 dollar cents, Leanpub takes only 10% of royalty. So as an author, it's a better deal in royalty-wise. Now, do we really need books? Maybe developers only need one book, and that's copying and pasting from Stack Overflow. So for those who don't know Stack Overflow is a website where developers can post questions and they can tag the questions like C#, HTML, PDF download, PDF position, margin, TC PDF, and so on, JavaScript, PDF, AdSense. And so good questions get upvoted. So the top question there has one upvote and can be answered. So the open PDF file in browser got one answer. This question was probably a bad question because it was downvoted. And so people get credit, get reputation points for upvoted questions. They lose reputation for downvoted questions. The same goes for answers. So this is a question that was asked, iText landscape orientation and positioning. I answered it. It was accepted. That's the green check mark. 15 reputation points for me. 28 upvotes. That's 28 times 10 extra reputation points. Some guy downvoted it. I don't know why, but that's -2 points in my reputation. Now, I talked about Markdown. Questions and answers on Stack Overflow are also created in Markdown. And that's what Markdown looks like. You see, when you indent something, it's source code. When you add these backticks, it's source code in your text. So it's a really easy way to create text. And why did at some point I stopped writing documentation, stopped writing books, because I registered on Stack Overflow and I answered questions there. Why? Because if you look at the statistics for the iText site, you see that on the referral pages, Stack Overflow is #1. So 200,000 visits a year from 100,000 new users are generated from Stack Overflow. So I thought, why do I even write books if I can get get much more leads from a site like Stack Overflow? So do I really need to write books when I have a reputation of, well, that's 1,000 points ago, 1,000 reputation points ago, this slide, but I was ranked worldwide on place 1,621 out of almost 500 developers who are registered on the page. By the way, it's a nice way to measure who are the real masters of PDF. We have 2 masters of PDF present at this conference. Kurt Pfeifle has another talk. I'm one of the masters of PDF, and Michael Klink. And so we have at least a score of 1,000 on 200 non-community wiki answers in the PDF tag. So I really invite everyone to build a reputation so that there are more PDF Gold medals awarded. Now, writing books or writing questions and answers on Stack Overflow, what if I could combine these two? What if I could create a book from the questions and answers posted on Stack Overflow? First, can I do this legally? Yes, because all the questions and all the answers that are posted on Stack Overflow fall under the Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike license. So I can publish these examples as long as I attribute, as I say, this person has asked this question and this person has answered this question. So I can write a book with Stack Overflow content. It also writing a book about the questions and answers on Stack Overflow would also solve the problem of, I know I've answered this question before, but I can't find the answer. Google doesn't help me, Stack Overflow search doesn't help me. I really know that I've answered this question, but all the keywords give me other responses. And so by combining all the best answers, I was able to find find the answers that were really valuable and mark questions as duplicate, because that's something you can do on Stack Overflow too. You can say, hey, this question has already been answered before, and then if you have a gold medal in some kind of technology, you can hammer down the question and completely close it because it's not a new question. And so so one of the problems of creating this great content on Stack Overflow is you create the content on somebody else's site. What if we could add these questions and answers on our own site? So we could create a repository of examples. So every time that I answered a question on Stack Overflow, I had an example, some piece of source code. And I put this on the iText site, which generated the links, the hits, the visits. But the problem of these examples was that they were maintained in different places. We maintained them in GitLab, which is our source repository or versioning system. We store them in on our website, so in HTML, and we store them in plain text and in the plain Java code in the download area. So these were 3 different places where we had the same source code. So publishing revised. With all these problems that we have, how are we going to solve these? Well, the Q&A book was published on Stack Overflow. That's Stack Overflow uses Markdown. LeanPub uses Markdown. So I can easily copy-paste questions and answers so that they can be published on LeanPub. These are real-world questions. This is not just writing a book thinking of what could a user ask, what could a customer want. No, these are questions asked by actual developers who had an actual problem. A book is easier to query, but the disadvantage was maintenance of the manuscript was hell, especially maintaining the images. So you have a reference to an image and copying the images in the right place. So many times when I generated the book, I had like an image, and the image was a triangle with an exclamation mark, image not found. And it's still not published on our website because I just copied the Markdown, and there's no solution for publishing examples. So the next step was, let's build a new website. This is what GitLab looks like. So GitLab is a repository. Well, that's the site, the GitLab site, and you can see you have database test Java, HTML invoices, comfort Java. These are examples of the Zugfert book that I wrote. And what we want to do is we want to publish these examples on our site in an automated way. Also in an automated way that when we have some iText object, like the chunk object, that people can click on it and they are referred automatically to our automatically generated API docs. On the bottom of this page, so if you would scroll down this page, we have a list with all the Java code, so the raw URLs. So this goes to GitLab. We have links to all the resources. So we had a quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. So we had a bitmap with a dog and a bitmap with a fox. And then all the PDFs that result from these examples, they are all linked automatically on our site, because in our new website, we can link to GitLab. We can kind of register the examples that are of importance. We can make them, we can mark them as please display this code. So now with this new website, we have all the code in one single place in our GitLab repository, and all that is published on the website is generated automatically. So if we change something in our repository, it is changed automatically on our website too. So I didn't have to maintain 3 different versions of my source code. The website itself became an authoring tool. People who know the Zugfert standard, they recognize these images from the standard. And so this is the Markdown that I wrote, and the images were kind of submitted to the website on this page. And so everything was kept together on the website. And so instant gratification, you fill out some Markdown, you click on publish, and this is what the introduction of the Zugfert book looks like. And workflow, so sometimes you don't want to hit publish so that it's visible for the whole world, because you know I'm still working on it. So you can tweak and you can say needs review. Needs review means don't publish it straight away. Only the person who is writing the book can look at it. Workflow, once you publish, you can inform the translators, the people who translate it to a different language. Hey, this page has changed. So one of the things that we experimented with the new website was the first language that we translated the iText website into was Japanese. And so that was the test language. Does our website support 2 different languages? Now, once you have written a book on the website, like the Zugwerkbook, or in this case, the Jumpstart tutorial, you can hit the button and say, well, I want to export the Leanpub book, and I want to export it so that it has all these text files, and this is the structure that is needed for Leanpub. So you have all these text files, you have the images in a separate folder, you have the examples in a separate folder, and then what happens is you go to the Leanpub website, you push a button to preview, and what happens in your Dropbox, Leanpub creates an EPUB, a .mobi, a PDF of the full book, the preview of the full book, and the sample preview is what you give for free, like the first chapter is free for everyone. And so the result is, in this case, a 100-page iText 7 Jumpstart tutorial. Now, we have 3 different formats, and we have statistics. So, for instance, the ABC of PDF with iText, 16,735 readers, and of all these readers, 97.7% of the people downloaded the PDF, but maybe also other formats. So 78.7% only downloaded the PDF. And then you see another thing that is important there. Of the 16,700, almost 16,000 downloaded the book for free, and 774 paid for it. So what can we do with this information? Well, we thought of the ABC of PDF was given for free, so the minimum fee was $0, and so we saw that only a fraction of the people paid for it. So, for instance, for the Zugwerkbook, The Future of Invoicing, we said, well, the minimum price is $3.62. And so, if you want to read this book, you can register with Leanpub, you pay $3.62, and you get the book, and we don't know who you are. Only Leanpub knows who you are. But on the page, on the homepage of the Zugwerkbook, we said, if you want a free version of this book, fill out the Get the Free ebook page on our website. And the free ebook page on our website is, you can get the ebook for free if you share your information with us. So this was a way for us to generate leads. We get to know who reads our books, and then in return, they get a voucher to get a book for free. If they don't want us to know who they are, they can pay for the book $3.62. It's not that expensive anyway. This is what we use at iText, like sharing the book in 2 different ways. Paid if you want to remain anonymous, or get it for free if you share your information. We have a customer called Bookboon, and they have a different model. Bookboon offers books for free. For instance, I want a Java book, I fill out Java, and what I have to do is, I want this Java book, object-oriented programming using Java. I have to say where I live, I have to give my email address, I have to say if I'm a student or if I'm working, I have to give my profession, IT, profession area, software, and I can download my book. I can download my book here, I get the book, I can share the book, I can promote it on social media, but how does Bookboon make money? Well, you can see it's created with iText 5.1.3. No, it's not created with iText 5.1.3. It's manipulated with iText 5.1.3. What does Bookboon do? Every book has some free space, like a half-empty page. And they marked these half-empty pages. And I live in Belgium. I'm an IT guy, so I get an advertisement to apply for a job at an IT company. And obviously, as Bookboon works with iText, they put an iText ad in the book too. So this is a way of making money with free books. So the content is paid for with advertisements. Of course, reading a book, like students who who have to do an examination and they want to study a syllabus, it's hard to do that from an e-reader. They want to mark stuff with yellow markers, green markers. They want to write on pages. So they want these books in a printed way. But printing, it's bad for the environment, and the toner gets emptied, and so on. So another customer of iText is Zero Copy, and they print documents for free for the students. So students upload a document, they convert them to PDF, they print them for free. How they, and students say, yeah, why pay for something that can be for free? Now, how does Zero Copy make money? Well, first of all, printing isn't good for the environment, but they use recycled paper. They use special fonts that kind of use less ink. And with iText, so in Europe, all the pages are in A4. So what they do is with iText, they shrink the content and they add ads targeted at students at the bottom. So every page has an ad, and it's the companies that put these ads on these pages that pay for printing the documents from the students. To be continued. Well, these are some new business models on how to distribute books and how to make money with content without really charging for that content. Okay. Many of you know, or if you don't know, you can hear it now, that iText is now a member of the Hancom group. Hancom is a South Korean vendor of productivity software. Already in the late 80s, they had a format called HWP, which was a competing format for Word. And so they have software that can create or read Word documents, Excel, PowerPoint. They also have EPUB software. And so iText, they didn't have PDF. They were a customer of iText for the PDF part. So we joined forces, and in the future, we are going to work together on new software that combines all these document formats. And one of the products they have, currently only in Korean, is WePubble. WePubble, if you drop the W, if you drop the L, you have EPUB. So they were working on a system that allowed authors to collaborate with, for instance, photographers who take pictures, with edit designers, with investors, with marketeers. So everything that I had at my that I could use at Manning Publications, the complete team of 15 people who helped me write the book. I lost that team when I started writing books on my own, but WePubble will be a platform where all these people can join, and where when an author creates a book, he can call for help from a photographer, from a designer, from someone who makes the cover page. And then when the book gets sold through that platform, the different stakeholders, the different authors get paid a percentage of the purchase price. Now, this was originally developed for EPUB, but of course, after the joint venture with iText and knowing the numbers, how PDF is more popular than EPUB with readers, we are going to explore publication as PDF too. And then the second problem is e-readers. E-readers, they are not interactive. Well, you can add some stuff, but it's really consumption. And so another product that Hancom has developed is Flexel. And so from e-reader, electronic reader, we're going to go to an interactive reader, in the sense that, and maybe it's not that clear in the slide, but you can read a PDF, but then you can add your own notes, and you can kind of cut up the PDF while you're reading and insert extra information. And so all this information that you add, like you have a textbook, you have a thesis, you have Wikipedia information, you have a download file, a web report, all kinds of material, you merge it into your personal notebook. You can store this notebook in the cloud, so you can read it anywhere, but you can also share with other people. Like if you're working on a group project, different people can create the same notebook together. And so it's the image there is, it's a product that can detect movement, like if you swipe. But when you write with a stylus, which is sometimes easier if you want to add notes, it can detect the difference between the stylus and your hand resting on the tablet. So these are some new things that are in the pipeline at Hancom, and that with iText we are going to further develop. So I hope that in the PDF Days 2017, I can give you a live demo of this, these products, Flexel and WePubble. So yeah, I think I'm almost in time, or yeah, okay. If you want to know more about iText, we're in Boston, we're in Belgium, and we're in Singapore. Thank you. Are any questions? No questions? Ah, okay. Bookboon? Yeah. Zero copy. Right. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Um, it's it's like they know that the book is paid for by the advertisements. So if they don't want the advertisements, they can always buy the book somewhere else. Yeah, that's and so there are a lot of metrics behind it. So the advertisements, you can click on them, and they have a unique key. So Bookboon can really count how many people actually responded. But that would be a Bookboon talk then. If okay, other questions? Okay, thank you.
Is this thing on? All right, thank you, Bruno. Thanks, everybody. We'll get started back up at 1:30 p.m. This track will remain in this room. Lunch will be at right off the lobby in the restaurant, and I believe that starts up at 12:30. So, thank you, everybody.
The sound already on? Yeah, it's good. Okay. Ja, klar. Schräg von unten. Okay. Nein. So? Okay. We're good to go, Matt? Okay. So, then welcome back after the lunch break. I'm really glad it stopped raining and you found your way back here without getting all too wet on the way from the lunch area to here. It's about mobile PDF scanning, what I'm talking about. I am putting this more in the context of business process than technology. That's also why I have this subheadline, Seamless Business Processes with Smartphones. Document scanning on smartphone, I guess we don't need to talk about why PDF is a good idea for that, right? We have our smartphone, we have arbitrary different kind of viewers on it. Directly we can send it anywhere in a PDF format and everybody can receive it and probably even use the search OCR result in it on the receiving app or device or whatever it is where it goes. So the ubiquity, is that an English word, of the universal usefulness of PDF is actually the best format to transport that. But talking about business processes, I want to first introduce you all to a very well-known but not very well thought about situation in business. Let's start with us, the users first. When you're interacting document-based, let's say, with any of your service companies, with, I don't know, your insurance company, your bank, your utility, phone company, whatever it is, there will be a point in time where you have to send some documents there. It happens so all the time. And I don't know how you feel, but I hate to go to the post office. It's so a waste of time to put this all in an envelope, never have the right stamp available, go to the post office or somewhere else, post that letter, and it takes days to get there. So what do? What does everybody do? I grab my smartphone, shoot a photo, Google for any kind of email address at telecom.de, send it there, the document that they want, and they can figure it out. They will figure it out, I hope. So in most of the cases, I try to avoid the tedious process of sending paper mail. So in other words, people, we all, as users outside there, start to quote-unquote digitize our documents in this kind of guerrilla approach by just taking photos with our smartphone. And I guess service companies can't stop that trend. People just do it. No way out of that. So taking a camera, shooting a photo, sending that to the insurance company actually causes a series of problems. Not for us, the end users. We just send that image there, bam, done. Saved a lot of time. But those photos are actually not high quality scans. Those photos are containing nice images of a table or a carpet or something else in the background. They probably have the smallest appearance of a document somewhere in the middle of a big photo. All good for us because it's easy to shoot a photo like that, but really bad for those who actually need to do something with these quote-unquote scanned documents on your smartphones. So what they receive is a JPEG image of a document sitting somewhere, and it should represent a form that I need to fill and put a wet signature on, scan and send, a copy of my ID or something like that. So all of these documents on the receiving side, on the company side, do have a meaning. It's not just they look at it. They run it through processes. They run it through OCR. They run it through auto classification. They do all kinds of stuff with it, except no longer, because those smartphone photos are just not good enough to do it. So it causes 100% manual processing, 100% exceptions. So these companies invested heavily in mailrooms, in scanners at 100,000 euros a piece, and they have 10 of that, and run them and generate the best image quality, because they need this best image quality in order to be not only in the position to save a lot on manual labor and work. Of course, they save a lot of manual labor and work in automatically OCRing, automatically classifying that document instead of having people sitting there doing that job. Of course, but it's also the speed of service, the turnaround time. You know, I send something by email to my insurance company.de, and then I expect they have it in a minute. So why don't they answer in the next 2 minutes, right? Because it's 100% manual work. This email gets there, it gets queued up, it has human people looking at it, understanding what it is, classifying it, saying like this is an application, this is a complaint, this is a something else, and then manually probably rerouting it into the correct business workflows if it's possible at all with an image like that. So it's a matter of cost, it's a matter of speed in service, it's a matter of reaction times. That all goes away when we no longer send our nicely paper records to them or paper mail to them, and they scan to highest quality images and then automatically process it. Smartphone photos are real poor image quality and cause all kinds of troubles on both sides, sender and receiver, although it's so convenient for us to send it like that. Solution is what I propose. It's about PDF, but it's also about rethinking the business process. The business process normally is we send paper mail, and the business process starts in the mailroom of the respective company. But doing so, you could think about, we receive a bad image. Doesn't matter. We have our software up and running. We can crop it and get rid of the table that is a big part of the photo that the consumer sent me. We can disqueue it. We have fancy software to disqueue it. Then we can scale it or something like that. All things the user doesn't even know about, we can do it. We have software for that. But we can't, on that receiving side, we can't repair it. What's gone is gone. So in other words, when the resolution of that cropped image is dropping down to 100 dpi and our OCR prefers to have a 300 dpi, we can't get that back. It's gone. So we can't repair. So the proposal from my side is rethink the business process and start that scanning, quote unquote, with smartphones on the user's smartphones, but give it to our company's control. So in other words, turn that around a little bit and explain it a little easier. The bank, the insurance company, the utility company, or whom else has customers sending them smartphone photos, embrace the trend. You can't dodge it anyway, so embrace the trend, move forward, and offer a great service to your customers, saying, from now on, we're the modern insurance company. You can send us your documents electronically, which is a great service. Everybody wants to have an insurance company like that. And doing so, offer a dedicated scan application for that, scan to PDF application for that, as insurance company, bank, whatever. Using that to control the image quality at the source. So in other words, embrace the trend, make crisis an opportunity, and offer scanning that allows for you to guide the user through the acquisition process of an images, saying things like get closer, turn the light on, and all this kind of stuff, so that in the moment when your smartphone software, your own insurance company application understands the image quality is good enough, that's the moment where the trigger fires and the image is acquired, and you're sure that your automatic systems can later on process them 100% unattended and cost-effective and fast in turnaround time, delivering a great customer service. So that's my proposal, and I'm going to talk about how that can be done. So, thing is, embrace the trend, manage the image quality at the source, don't try to repair what's broken later on, it can't be repaired 100%, guide the user, help the user, offer a great service, be a nice company. Yeah, this is what happens if you scan scan images with the smartphone. This is not an extraordinary bad example, by the way. There's a whole lot of good in this image still, but you can see a couple of problems. First, smartphones don't have a glass plate, so nobody holds down the image. The distortion, the skewing is not two-dimensional, like it can get this or this, but it's three-dimensional because the edges come up, you know, and all of a sudden it turns into curved lines. And when you see the upper right corner there a little bit, the lines are really curved to an extent. OCR software will have all kinds of trouble recognizing that. In this case, it's probably even possible, but there's all kinds of worse cases than that we will receive. And a lot of pixels are wasted. We might have a 300 dpi image that the OCR might want to have for having a proper recognition result, but but several of these pixels go to digitizing a table background, right, and not digitizing a document. So it could be better. This is one of the examples where I say, go to the source and take control over the image quality because you can't repair it later. What's the problem? It's obviously dark. People try and have the trend to do their paperwork with their insurance companies and so on in the evening. When they get home from work, it's dark. So it's dark in the room and you end up with a very dark document. You could fix that. The smartphone fixes it to an extent because the smartphone camera, this is just a photo really, yeah? The smartphone camera actually detects it's too dark and fires the flash. That's a very bad idea because the flash firing, you see it in the middle, erases the text 100%. In this example, this is beyond repair. It's gone. It's a white spot. There's nothing left of the characters in this spot. You can't repair it. It's too dark in the edges to be recognized. It's a white spot. There's nothing left over to be recognized in the middle. So this is a perfect example for saying, go to the source. You can't repair it later on. Other example, I use that all the time, is from our own company here. This is how our employees send us their AU, Arbeitsunfähigkeitsbescheinigung, so these report in sick documents that we have. And again, for us as a small company, it's not a problem. We take a look at this thing and understand it immediately. But for the insurance company, again, health insurance company receiving hundreds of thousands of these things here that are automatically processed. For example, the data is extracted out of this and so on and so forth. It's just useless. Somebody has to sit down and key the data. So it's a perfect example for good enough for us. We even as a user don't understand the problem. We can't get explained the problem. We have no problem sensitivity at all, but it's useless for the insurance company. So again, an example for go to the source, take control of the image quality, guide the user in words that he understands, like get closer, less skewing or whatever, so that he takes an image without knowing that this image is very good. We don't have to tell the user, we just have to guide him. I want to quickly show something like that. This is an example of a scan app, and you can have that free on the app stores. There's many more scan apps on the app store that can do that, but this one is designed for, I thought as much, designed for taking the control, and I'm going to show you, if I can, where's this thing? I think I need to leave full screen mode for that. There is another window somewhere on this computer. Oh, I see. It's down here. that window is my smartphone, actually. You see there's a lot of scan applications. It's my smartphone sitting here. The one that I'm using is having this user guidance, and is the one that is free on the App Store, and it's from us, by the way, but that's just a side note. So what we have here is, you see live, this is my smartphone, this is you guys. And you see, first and foremost, it doesn't take a scan or something because it says no document. By the way, the language will switch on an English device to English language. No document. Then I try to do something real bad now and get away as wide as possible from this thing here. And it says all kind of things. It says, oh, here's a document now, but we have to get closer. It's hard to actually do something bad and not get the trigger fired, because it fires automatically in the moment where everything is good. When we get closer, it still says something like hold still to the user, and then at some point it fires the trigger automatically in order to not get this shaking effect when you try to push the button with your finger. It fires it automatically, and in this case I couldn't show something like too dark and other kind of effects because it's just not too dark here. This application helps and has all the filters built into the camera window. It's not a camera window like the camera on your smartphone, but it's a camera window that has all the document imaging functionality behind it. So while we are in this flickering mode of getting closer to the image here, image processing is running all the time. Seeing, analyzing the document, trying to analyze where the document is for the auto cropping. It analyzes the document in itself. Is it sharp? Is it unsharp? Is it sharp? It analyzes, is it light enough? Is it too dark? Is it something else? So all kinds of imaging filters are running and detecting that the image is okay. And the moment it is okay, it automatically triggers, fires the trigger to acquire the document. Only thing you need to do then is to say, go further, save as PDF, give it a name, and it's compressed now. I'm talking about that later, and done. That's the thing I'm talking about. So, not saying you need to use this particular scan app, but what I'm saying is, as a company facing the situation that your users start digitizing guerrilla style with their smartphone, you can offer an own scan application and take control of the image quality that way. How do you do that? How to get there? How to get to an application like that? You know, it's a bit difficult because most of these companies that I mentioned before, they already have apps out in the App Store for marketing reasons, for advertisement reasons, for gamification of some user engagement or whatever. There's a whole bunch of apps already out there. And then there's app developers who actually do these apps. But what I was saying is you would need a whole lot of document imaging in order to get the camera window right. Of course, everybody can, as an app developer, can call the camera window and acquire an image through that. But in order to add the functionality that is actually giving you control over the document quality, you need all these filters. You need to understand what these filters are good for. And therefore, I propose not so much to ask your own app developers and take a look into those various available document imaging SDKs. There's various offering of mobile versions of document imaging SDK having all these filters available. But your app developers creating your marketing app just don't know what it is. They just don't. I took an example here from OpenCV. It's even an open source thing. You can use that. All the document imaging is in there. But I'm not sure you can read it, but I'm not sure your app developers know anything about CV box filter. What does that filter do? Or they don't know when, in what cases they need to apply a bilateral filter with something. They don't even know what it is good for. They don't even know how to solve the problem. And it's not to blame them. It's like they are app developers, right? And then on the other hand, there is document imaging developers. Most of them work in the environment of scanners, classification software, and so on and so forth. So there's a very rare occasion to find a developer who actually can understand all these filtering needs and all the document imaging background and develop apps. on the same in the same moment. So that's a rare animal. So in other words, these products actually still are quite a big challenge to create a very functioning, very user-friendly, guaranteeing high image quality scan app for this bank, insurance company, and so on, because the knowledge is just not there. It's just too much knowledge to know. And therefore, there's other opportunities, there's other options. In the meantime, also from us, but also from a couple of other vendors, there is higher level SDKs available, and that's what I'm proposing. Take a look at those, because in this case you get something like, the function is not one of these filters here. The function is not document imaging function that you have to have a lot of knowledge about, but the function is a camera window that actually encapsulates all the functionality, right? And does all these kind of tricks in the background, and then handing the app developer out of this camera window a readily created PDF file that he can go on work with, or add another page to a PDF file. This is on the level that your standard app developers that you have for your marketing apps in banks, insurance companies, and where else can actually work with. And in that case, also the creation of PDF as the best transport format for those documents, the addition of OCR results to make searchable PDFs or PDFAs or whatever, is a very easy task for them in that way. So that's my suggestion on how to. You need an SDK, you don't start it from scratch. We saw several experiments where scanning apps in this sense were started from scratch, and they didn't deliver in the end a lot of advantages over just using the standard camera app, because it is just asking too much. Luratech is 20 years in document imaging, and I can tell you, when we developed this kind of offering, and also the free app as we have it here, when we started doing that, we had to really go back a whole long time and grab all our stuff that we developed over the years, all these filters, all these document imaging, and bring it all together. You don't see it. It's in the background of the camera window, but that's a lot, and it's just asking too much for the non-document imaging developer. Another aspect is, I like this slide. Everybody probably knows that in the meantime. It's like really old, but it still explains it perfectly. Another aspect that I suggest is take a look at compression. And it sounds a little bit like odd, because why would my scan app that I offer to my customers need to do compression? The 4G or LTE networks are so fast. When you take your iPhone or something else and look at speedtest.net or something like that, you sometimes get a 100 gig download rate or something like that, and even a 20, 30 gig upload rate, and we're talking about a file the size of a couple of megabytes. That shouldn't be a problem. But actually it is, because what you want to do is you want to embrace the trend and offer a very good service to your customer. And of course the customer expects that it's uploaded very fast, but he also expects that if he interacts with his insurance company twice a month, that this interaction doesn't eat up all his data plan. And scanned images are still relatively large when you have them as JPEGs or even larger. And in that case, it's not faster to transmit in order when you compress them. You won't hardly recognize that, but it saves on the data plan. And there's still so many users out there having 300 megabyte a month, and then if you multiply that probably with 2.5 megabyte per scan page, and you have to send like 15 pages front side and back side to your insurance company twice a month, that's significant. That's a significant part of it. So compression actually is a good idea for offering a good service, and that's what we want to do. We want to have the customers use our app and stop using the camera sending us all these edge cases that are manually to be processed. So compression, real quick, many of you know that Luratech is in compression business for a very long time in PDF. PDF holds that. We have the ability now for quite a while to generate also color files, and when you scan with your smartphone, you normally end up with a color scan. Compress that down to really significant smaller numbers than JPEG or any other thing could do when you embed it into PDF as a container, or PDFA, of course, which is what we propose. You could very well do that if you want to put those images in your corporate archive later on anyway. PDF-A might be a good idea. Our scanning app, when you go to the App Store, it creates PDF. Nobody recognizes that it is actually a PDF-A to you that it is created in there. It's just high compressed, very small, uses this kind of layering technology that Luratech is promoting for a long time already, and it's available on the iPhones as well. And by the way, that's another question. We had other customers that we were talking about. They ditched their own development in terms of imaging apps that they wanted to offer to their customers after a while, because they couldn't get it to run, because all these processes are pretty computational intense. An OCR is a bummer on the smartphone. It takes some computer power. Compressing takes some computer power. Compressing 15 pages of an application that you want to send to your insurance company takes a lot of computer power. And another aspect is you have to make use of the smartphone's architecture. The smartphone's architecture, these devices are very capable. They're very, very capable. But your average app developer doesn't think a lot about parallelization, doesn't think a lot about multi-threaded applications. He doesn't think a lot about putting things in the background because he just doesn't know about all these filters again. But you have to do that. For example, when you create a multi-page compressed PDF file on a smartphone, it's actually a real good idea to do the compression of page 1 while the user is going through the process of acquiring page 2. Right, so here's the camera window open up front, is trying to scan in page 2, and in the background on the second core, and these are all multi-core devices, the compression for the first page is already done. And other things that can be parallelized so that the user gets a very good experience, but you have to think about that for a while. It's not a very easy task, not a very straightforward task. Don't expect somebody from scratch to develop this in like 3, 4, or 10 days like they developed your marketing app. It's a whole different animal. It's a whole lot of technology that you need in order to offer a good service here. And those high-level SDKs obviously help you getting there, because they are already designed to do that. The fun really starts when we bring together mobile and cloud. I guess it's anyway a trend that you can hear about in many different presentations and talks. But actually really breaking it down to our use case here, mobile and cloud is, when we talk about banks and insurance company, when I'm talking about cloud, I mostly talk about the already existing IT infrastructure that is there. There's customer databases, there's OCR systems, there's classification systems, there's all kind of stuff already up and running there. And the fun really starts when we now use our app, like it is shown on this side here, running on the mobile device, acquiring this image, acquiring a multi-page PDF file, and then start to invoke a business process with that. We can send it through a web service to our central IT infrastructure. The central IT infrastructure might be much better in doing OCR other than full-text OCR, and doing data extraction based on the classified type of the document that is a specific form, and we know that we need to extract 5 fields on page 2 in order to start the business process with it. And we can do that. And actually, when you offer a service like that, the fun really starts when you also use this as a back channel. You know, you acquire a document that starts off a business process. You follow the business process by interacting with your own, through web services, with your own IT infrastructure. Extract something from it, probably put an extra point of data from your database to it, from a customer record or something. Display that back to the customer and have the customer say something like, yes, correctly recognized, or yes, correct, that's what I meant, that's what I'm applying for. Or even have him have a signature on his device in kind of closing the business process in itself, sending that back, and then it goes off to the task-based worker working on this kind of thing. So the fun really starts when we bring mobile and cloud together, and the good news is it works like one. When you create mobile applications, calling web services is nothing out of the ordinary. It's really complete standard. It's easy to do. And again, Couple of things you need to think about because when you design an app like that, again, there is all possibilities of downtimes, there's all possibilities of losing connection, there's all possibilities of slow networks. So you always have to think about how can you structure your business process so that it gets the user a very good experience. By the way, compression in that sense or applying this kind of schema actually helps. I give you an anecdote of what a customer of us is doing with that. So they are acquiring for tax purposes. You can not only do applications, but you could also scan receipts to company in order to get reimbursed or something like that. Also, these things have to be in a good quality. In this case, it's about scanning additional documents to tax declarations. When you do that, and now I lost connection. What is it? What I wanted to say? When you do that, scan that in and send it up to the internet and get it detected online. You also have to make sure how you structure your application to give a good service. Because when you send the whole PDF up, it might already be too slow and you also don't need it. So what we ended up with is we created the black and white layer out of this again. And that's very small. That's a very small piece of data. We sent that up through the web. They did the OCR on the server side and then send the OCR not as a file, as a searchable PDF back to the device for the user to have, but again only in XML with the OCR data. And then on the device we put it all together and created a searchable high compressed PDF file out of it. So things can be managed, but things have to be thought about. That's what I'm saying. You have to design your application that it gives you gives your customers a good user experience. And then I would love a company to interact with like that, where I can kick off my business process on my smartphone, get instant feedback, can sign off for something, understand that they or recognize or feel that they understood my business case correctly, display the data, and I would easily sign off on that and give them an extra level of authority over what I wanted to do. So the fun starts there when we get this all together, I think. And with that, I'm very well on time, I think. Thank you very much, but we're still open for questions. Thanks. What is it, Matt? We're early, I know, but we have room for questions if there's any. Other than that, you might use the time that I saved you to go to the App Store and down. Oh, here's a question. Yeah. Yeah, it's different, of course, but not in any case we go out and propose that. But in many cases we are actively searched for because the problem is already existing. They know about the problem that they have all these edge cases, and it's a trend that goes up. You know, everybody who has a broad audience, let's say a business to consumer company, faces the fact that people try more and more to revolutionize the processes and try to send in images that they can't process automatically and unattended. So that's the moment where they realize we need to do something. And then there's all kinds of ways of trying to do that. But when you really go embrace the trend with a smartphone, you have to test it and try it out. And at least that is easily done. People actually like to do that because the problem is real world existing and giving them trouble already. And that's the moment where you can try it out and see whether the quality is good enough. And from the projects that we did, this product that we have is out there in the market now for a year. And the projects we did were all pretty successful in the end. So we at the source can control that the image is good. You know, we do a lot of stuff in the background. Another example, we still have a couple minutes, so I can talk about that a little more. We have not only built-in filters and stuff like that. We also built in to the SDK and encapsulate that all the different device dependencies. So we really make sure we have a good user experience, easy to scan, easy to acquire, as well as a best quality image we can get out of those devices. And we understand we're running on an iPad mini first generation. Right? And we understand that the iPad mini first generation has a very low resolution camera. So we know that we need to guide the user with our little overlays there to get closer a lot. So far that almost the whole document fills the whole window. Only in that case we can get to 300 dpi. But that's very uncomfortable. So for those who have these modern new smartphones from Samsung and something like that with 12 megapixels, we have plenty of pixels. So we can allow them to shoot their photo from a relatively relaxing environment, like from 40, 50 centimeters away, and do that. So we encapsulate that. We understand that, and therefore we can really make sure that the image quality is there. Other examples is the light. The light is a critical thing. The light actually, you know, I had this example there. It was a little extreme, but when the light is in a low condition, the cameras start to produce a lot of noise. And OCR doesn't like that at all. It's the noisy thing is really getting the confidence level low in the OCR later on. So, and we understand we can't flash because flash creates a reflection and erases text. You can't do that. But we know that several of these devices can switch on the light without firing the trigger. We all use this sometimes as a flashlight when we go through a dark room, right? So this is something we can control. And if we understand we're on a device that actually has that capability, we make sure that we use it to get the best quality out of that. And then we can again guide the user if there's no light in there, like we have older smartphones, older tablets, having no light, we have to tell the user switch the light on, get to a lighter place. Because other than that, if we would allow to acquire an image like that, it's so noisy we can't recognize it automatically later on. So this is another level of what you have to consider when you offer a scan application like that. It's not only that you have to understand all the document imaging part, it's not only that you have to understand what are the difficulties and errors, real flaws in all these kind of smartphones. There's, oh, come on. Cameras in smartphones, it's their own story. They give you images upside down, they give you images in inverted colors, they do all kinds of things. So we need to understand every single device. And it's also a question of maintenance, because in 3 months, this device is old. And a new device is out with new flaws. So somebody has to work around that again. And the maintenance for an application like that, if you do it on your own, that's a real challenge, because these devices are so short-lived and the errors come up and everybody's complaining, and next week, new generation, right? And again, starts again. So, and we as a vendor took that challenge and, but again, encapsulate that in an SDK that is high level that our customers can use to then, back to your question, generate images that are good enough for automatic processing. Yes, absolutely. Good. Other questions? Okay, I think we're still good on time. So in other words, you have a couple of minutes to go to the App Store and download the applications called Luratech PDF Scanner, Android and iOS. Enjoy, it's free. Okay, good.
okay?
Fun? Yeah, I think everything is fine.
Okay, right on.
Oh, I think give them a few minutes. It's only. What do you think?
You're welcome to be punctual. You're welcome to wait a few minutes.
Give them a few minutes. I think we have.
Yeah, I mean, we got a break after this, so you've got a little.
So, and I'm not planning the 45 minutes completely, so that's not the problem.
But I'll give you time cues if you're.
Okay.
When you'd like.
3 minutes or 4.
Feel free to go or wait to your preference.
Okay. Bitte? Ja, das ist schwierig. Eins meiner schwierigsten Übungen. Nein, nein. Gut. Mhm. Bitteschön. I think we can start. Give it a slow start. So, thank you for your attention. I would like to start with a short talk about classification of PDFs, which sounds a little bit abstract, but I think it's a very interesting topic and not easy to solve as you would think as humans could do that. So we have a structure, so there's a brief introduction, what classification is, where it's needed, then different approaches are discussed, what you can do, and at the end I would like to show you an example of how you could integrate these kind of technologies into your existing workflows. First, what is classification? So everybody might have an idea of that, what it is. So in general, it is something like this. So you have a typical scenario that you have documents, paper, and you organize them into certain files or folders because you would like to know where to put them. The problem is it's not so easy, and some might say, okay, is it outdated or something? So everybody in every company has this kind of physical post distribution part in the office, or a small post office, where paper is distributed so that actually your colleagues or the colleagues get the letters or the mail that they still get in. Sounds obvious, sounds easy, because to distribute a letter, that's quite easy. It says to whom it should go normally, so you can easily distribute that. And if you say, oh, well, that's not really relevant and it looks quite old-fashioned, I think if you use email, you probably also classify. Why is that? Because you probably have email folders. And if you start to put emails in certain folders, then you do kind of classification, because you sort it by project, you sort it by colleague, you sort it by topic. And normally you don't do that always manually. So for email classification, it's rather simple that you can write rules and that use the metadata of the emails to sort it into certain folders. So if some special text is mentioned in the subject line, if it comes for a certain sender, easily go there, put it into that folder. So this everybody, I think, understands and uses that probably, but there's a problem already in email. And I call it, it's a binarization problem, or a binary classification problem, because if you get spam emails, sometimes you get them. So 20 years ago the problem was much bigger, but nowadays it's kind of solved because of metadata, because of infrastructure, because of processes. But actually, if you try to solve the spam problems with rules, you probably will fail. A typical example is Viagra. So you can write really, if the mail contains Viagra, just trash it. But then somebody has the great idea and just make it an exclamation mark for Viagra. So it does not say Viagra anymore, and your rule will fail. So at the end, it's something, how can you actually detect if an email is spam or not? Because if you work in a pharma environment, Viagra might be something you have on the monitoring radar because you want to have press releases with Viagra inside, and they should not be classified as that. So now our topic is, how do you classify PDF documents? PDF documents, as we've heard, are ubiquitous. They're everywhere. They're coming in, and probably you do not always know actually what is inside, so you cannot actually write a simple rule to solve that problem. So just go back. If I would put you a document on your table, what would you do when you see an unknown document? Just think about it. So you might look at the document probably and say, oh, it looks like a letter from my insurance company. It looks like a letter from the tax office. So just by looking at it, you have something in your mind that already reminds you of, oh, this could be a letter from company X, Y, Z, it's an invoice or whatever. If you're not sure what it is about, you probably start to read the document. So you look inside the document and you find out, oh my God, what is the content of the document? Like you can see it's an article from a newspaper, but what is the article about? So you have to look at the headline, you have to look at the text, and then immediately your brain starts to classify and to put this in certain categories. But in what categories does this article, for example, belong, or this letter from your insurance company? Is it an invoice? Do you have to pay something? Do they need further data from you or further documents? So this is one thing. You have to know much more about the back end, about the logic, what to do with documents, than just think about what is in the document. And last but not least, it's quite hard to make a computer for you to solve this problem. Because as we said, writing a simple rule is actually not enough to deal with this problem, because what we're dealing here is very often unstructured content, and yeah, you have to read the content before until you could write a rule or you could distribute something like that. So going a little bit further back, and it actually fits to the talk of Carsten Heiermann of taking pictures of whatever documents and showing you the different 3 approaches of how classification can actually work. A very basic one, and this is quite, or was quite often used, still is quite often used, is a kind of visual or image-based classification. So the idea is that you have a certain collection of documents and they are all relatively similar. It means that the density distribution on this document looks kind of similar, and you can detect that. So just imagine that you see a document from very far away. You cannot really read the stuff that is printed on the document, but at least you have an idea how the pixels are distributed. And this can already help if certain documents have the logo on the top left or on the right side. So all these kind of things. And you can train a computer system just to classify these things. In this mobile capture scenario that was described before, it is something if you scan a business card or if you scan a receipt from a shop. These images look very different, and probably only, but not looking into the content, you only can detect, oh, this is a business card and this is, or it's a set of business cards on a scanner, or on the other side, it is a document that was just taken, it's a receipt for a cash refund program or miles and more or whatever. The second approach for classification is so-called rule-based classification. We saw that already a little bit with email, that you can actually look into the content of documents. So you actually have to have textual access, what is in these documents. And if you know the content and the domain of the documents, you can write your own rules, regular expressions, and you can identify key phrases within these documents. And based on the key phrases, you can actually then make a decision, okay, put it in this folder, send it to that department or whatever you have. That's a very simple approach if you work with pure text, but if you go into scenarios like invoice processing or something, then the layout of the document is also very important. Because it is really dependent when a date is on top of the letter, or if you have a subject line, or it says Ihre Rechnung from, so your invoice from, or you have a table. So having space between certain texts already helps you to code in an idea what these things might be and what to do with this data. As said, if you write rules or if you do something in the data extraction, then you normally have very structured or at least semi-structured documents where you can apply rules. And you have to have a content expert who writes these rules. And it sounds rather simple, but at the end up, if you have a guy who is making a lot of rules, you might end up with thousands of different rules. So the problem is you have rules that do exactly the same thing, but it was not documented or somebody forgot to look at that. Then you might have rules that have different words, so they have to weight these kind of rules, and the order of rules is actually quite important, or what to do if 2 or 3 rules fire at the same time. You have to come up with hypotheses how to rank these kind of things. So it's just something you have to think about, but it's doable and it is actually done in a lot of data extraction scenarios. If you do invoice processing, other things, you identify, yes, it's an invoice and it's from vendor A, B, C to top vendors, and then drill it down, and the logic should be as generic as possible. The third area of classification is so-called content-based classification. So the idea is not actually to write a rule, but just completely rely on what is the text, what is the content of my document. And the idea is that the machine actually reads these documents for you and does some statistic analysis. So it could be very simple things like counting the words in a document of a certain class. And if you see, oh, these 3, 4, 5 words have a significant statistical impact on these documents, they seem to be relevant. So just write in algorithms, do that, and count how often they occur in category 1, category 2. Then you can make an automatic decision. Also, you can use some linguistic additional features on that, because if you have a word like go, went, to go, it is used in go, went, gone. So this is 3 completely different words, but at the end it's always the same word. The same with house, houses, or in Deutsch, Haus, dem Haus, des Hauses. So it's always related to house. So if you have this kind of linguistic information, you can already drill that down and detect more instances for the same word. For these type of approaches, there are a lot of algorithms out there. One of the most famous one is Vector. It's an open source collection of over 50 different algorithms you can use. But it's a tool for students, for scientists, for data scientists. They want to know how the algorithm works. They want to know how to tune the things. So it's not about making productive systems. And the whole topic in terms of content-based classification is about doing machine learning. And this is something we will talk a little bit later on, and I will show you an example how machine learning actually works and how it can be applied. What has the whole thing to do with PDFs? Well, it's definitely, it was mentioned in talks before, metadata and PDFs is something that has a very long tradition. There are different forms of metadata within the PDF format, and the idea is already when creating a document, you put in who is the author, maybe put in a short description, so it's highly accurate data you can rely on. And this is already in the PDF. And if you classify a document, and a simple classification might be, is this a confidential document or is it not a confidential document? Well, it's actually not simple because it's really tricky, because it's important for a company to detect these documents. But if you could write something into the metadata, you have more understanding. Or if is it a complaint? Is it a technical support request? Is it an order? Because it's not just about documents that come in right away. It can also be documents you have already in your organization on the shared drive in your enterprise, where there might be hundreds of thousands of documents, and you cannot rely on the name. The metadata is definitely crap because it all has whatever creator who made the PowerPoint template and other things. So definitely metadata is not. So the idea is use the content and derive additional information from the content, and do not try to read everything. And you can use this, yes, as we said, for document routing. In these mobile scenarios, a document comes in, you have no clue what it is. At least try to find out, is it a complaint, is it a sick, so that an employee says, I'm sick, so just detecting the documents. You can tag documents, you can improve your existing search systems. because then you can search for a name in a contract and not just in all documents or in all emails. You can apply security or compliance rules within an organization, that certain documents with certain data should not leave the company. But how to define that? You cannot write a rule because you do not know all secret documents in the company. That's not so easy to find, but you will see you can train them later on. Also, customer support is something, customer interaction, getting more and more important, because as we said, mobile phones coming in, people want fast responses. So if you have a support department or a service department and somebody complains, and it could be in software, it could be an activation problem, it could be a coding problem, and to find out what is the email or what is the content about, what is the attachment related to that email, is something that can help you to find the right expert within the enterprise. Or you can match these categories against your knowledge base, because a lot of document management systems have manual tagging, but it really depends who has made these or filled these tags. They are not unified overall. So retagging one repository is one thing, but you can have multiple repositories in your organization. You might want to apply with the same logic, but nobody will read 100,000 of documents and write rules for that. That will not work. So now I would like to talk a little bit about machine learning. So machine learning is something which is quite hype at the moment. You might have seen different announcements from Google, from Facebook, that they all try to derive or teach computers with artificial intelligence. They should find data, they should find or learn certain facts from a lot of documents. And this is actually how a lot of these content-based classification systems actually work. So the first thing is you define your categories that you would like to have. As we said before, you cannot read all the documents to find out yourself what rules you have to write. So just collect them. Think about what you would like to have and put in documents. This can be documents that have HR records inside. This could documents from research, R&Ds, different R&D projects, or different business reports, different types of documents like documents with price information. All these kind of things you might find in your organization. And you definitely have to talk to the guys who know these documents, because you have to find good representatives of that. Then you group these documents. Then, in theory, you have to be a data scientist or an expert in algorithms. You have actually to get the text out of these documents, analyze them with different algorithms, pick the right features, tune the parameters. And if this is done, you can submit a document and it's matched against what you have trained, what the system has already learned. The idea behind machine learning is not that you have 100,000 of documents and you learn 100,000 of these documents. The idea is that you have a smaller set of representative documents, like let's say 100 or 500, and based on these content and the structure of these documents, the algorithms is able to find what is unique for these documents and then apply it for the rest of your documents. What are the challenges with PDFs again? So again, to make the loop back. We've heard that before, that text extraction from PDF can be rather tricky. I think there's a session in parallel to mine that is talking about this kind, why you cannot really search PDFs easily, because you might not have simple access to text, or you just have image PDFs, like these discussions with raster PDFs. They're purely images inside, so you might not actually have any content you could use for content classification. So rules will fail, and optical character recognition is actually something that could help you to open this type of information from all kind of PDFs you might see. So next step, how can you implement these kind of classification processes in your environment? So first of all, you should think about where might this kind of technology bring a business benefit to your organization. That's the first thing you have to start. Probably it's not solving all the problems right away, but you might have a certain email where a lot of stuff comes in, like service@mycompany.com or info or whatever, and you just want to make a decision. This is HR related because somebody who applied for a job is sending to this address and not to HR. Or it might be an order, it might be a complaint, it might be a question from a journalist, so it's a marketing content, so you never know in advance. So think about where it might fit. Then think about certain categories you would like to solve. Not about 10,000 right away, but start with 20 or 50 different categories or even 15. And try to find relevant documents that represent these categories, because you will need them later on for testing and for training the whole system. Definitely you have to talk to guys in your organization who know these documents. Like a good example is contracts. If you want to make classify certain contracts for different product lines, for different services, service level agreements, all these kind of things. These contracts have a history over time. So you just might not want to use contracts from 2015 and 16, but you might go back for 10 years because the contract has changed over time and somebody should be able to pick the right ones or feed the right systems in. If you then think about, okay, classification is something we need, but look in the market what you can find. And of course, we at Abbyy have looked in this market, and I will show you a small example how we can do that. But it's not so common as it was. Or it's not something, there's not the mass of solutions out there. A lot of them are tightly tied to data capture scenarios. So when you come in, when a document comes in and you want to extract certain documents, like in mailrooms or invoices, this is a scenario where you find it because you need it. Because if you do not understand what type of document or what type of text you have, you cannot apply the extraction logic. This applies for structured, unstructured, and semi-structured documents as well. Also, if you test a classification system, you better use your own documents. There are standard classification test set out, like the Reuters test set. It's a collection of news. It's 20 years old, but you do not know the document. So you cannot really say this is a good classification or it's a bad classification. It's just numbers. It's a lot of statistics. But if you use your own documents, if you use your own content, this definitely might help. Also ask yourself questions, how fast has the system been? Who can set it up? Who can train it? Because it's not a one-way project. You do it once and then it's done forever. It's probably a living system, so it will change over time. So already think 2 iteration steps ahead, because sometimes you might split up additional groups if it works, and do some more stuff. The next thing is, how can I integrate that into my existing IT systems? It's one thing, you have the business side and you have the IT side, but these kind of decisions are normally driven from the business side because they have problems they want to solve, but IT will not buy a new document management system who can do that perfectly. So you actually have to live with what you have. And it's, as I said before, classification is generating metadata derived from the documents. So this metadata can be put in your DMS, it can be put in your SharePoint, it can be put in your workflow system. It's just a few fields more, or just an array of documents with the results of which is the most likely class. So this is something you should have in mind, that you do not have to reinvent your complete IT system. The other part, and this now also come closer to Abbyy Smart Classify, is that you have something where the so-called training models are trained, set up, and tested. So in our example, you will see it's a web interface, very modern, very simple to use. And of course, there's some IT processing backend to extract text from PDFs, to extract Word from PowerPoints or Excel spreadsheets. And the link between these two worlds actually is a simple REST API. Okay, so the idea is, once the system is trained and the guys who are managing that just say, okay, it works, then you just can submit a document, a PDF, a Word file, a text file, text from a database, whatever you have, and say, please classify it, and you will get the result back. And this is, it's just REST communication, and the result is a small JSON or XML file, so that can easily be processed with a little bit of coding. So that's not rocket science. So it's definitely something that is not too hard to integrate. So now I would like to show you a short movie that is just a screen recording, and I will do some live comments on that. And so it's just, so what you see here is actually the web interface for the administrator station of Abbyy Smart Classifier. So the system can be installed on your laptop, and if somebody wants to see it, I have it with me. And we just now start with a new project. The first thing you have to do is just open the project, give it a name. And the idea in our classification system is that the content of documents is very language specific. As I said, houses, or go, went, gone, that's English text. If you have French documents, they're completely different. If you have German documents, again, completely different language. And if you know how language is constructed and built up, this is something that can help. Then you have the option also not just use textual features for morphology, but also some semantic classification. So if we know that Apple can, on the one hand, be an IT company, but on the other hand, it could be fruit. So this is embedded in the whole system, and you can say, okay, use semantic features to make this differentiation. It really depends on the domain, but it's easy to test. So the next thing is, pick the language, use semantics or text-only, linguistically enriched classification. The next thing is you have to make a decision, how precise should my classification model be? Because you could tell the algorithms, be very specific of what you learn. Or be a little bit more generous, and you don't have to be such a pick, whatever, Erbsenzähler, to get the thing. So this is something you can actually weight very easily. It's just a slider. And then you're actually done with the basic settings. The next thing is, when you train a computer, you first have to tell him what to learn and get an idea how that works. So as I said, in the preparation of the whole systems, you should come up with some categories. And what you can see with the control set is, first you train it, then you control it, and then you deploy it. And this is actually what the screen shows here. And to train the model, you can do it in two ways. You can interactively create folders and upload documents, or you just structure that on your hard drive, make a folder structure, put in different selection of documents or text files or whatever, and then just make it a zip file and upload this zip file to the backend. And this is what you can see. So it's a training zip file. It's uploaded, and then the model is actually analyzed. So the documents are imported, the text is extracted from the PDFs if there is no usable text layer, from Word files, from PowerPoint, from InDesign files. And then it automatically will start the learning process, the machine learning part. So it goes into the training, and it now goes through all these documents. You can see it's 11 categories with 241 documents inside. And then it learns, or it actually, simple word, it reads all the documents and figures out what are the relevant words used in these documents. So what type of words are used in category 1, category 2. In the second part, we will go into the details later on. You use the same approach, so parts of your collected documents you have removed from the training set, and you have used exactly the same folder structure. And the idea is, because you've made that manual, you know that this document should belong to that class. And now, in parallel, you upload your control set. It does exactly the same. It gets the text out of the thing, and it runs it against what the computer has learned before. And then, later on, you will be able to look at the quality results, how good this is. As I said, for a human to classify things, it's rather simple, but for a machine to train it, it's not so easy. So there's a lot of stuff you should tell a computer how it should work. And if you look into the details of quality measurement of statistics, you have to learn a few words. So there's something like false positives, false negative, F-measure, precision and recall. So definitely who is setting up these models has to look into these kind of things, but it's not rocket science. It's just, no, don't go into details. And you have access to these documents, and you can see how many documents were put in the correction set, and all these other things. What you also can see is that there's an online documentation of all these terms and abbreviations that are used. So what is a true positive, what is precision, what is recall, so you can read it right away. And then you can look into the different categories. And what you can see here, these are the categories the system has learned, was trained on. And these are the categories that that were uploaded to see if the training model was actually good enough. And you can see some of the categories are quite good. And for other areas, you have something red here. And you can evaluate that later on, because you would like to look into the details of these documents. And as on top it says how secure or how accurate the whole thing is. You can also tick on further numbers. So everybody who loves Excel and reports will be fine with that. And later on you can look into the control set of the document. And what you can see here is that some categories are actually quite good classified, like installation process, but some of them are not so well classified, because you can see in the main category it's under 50%, and it says I cannot categorize these kind of things. And it shows you that there is an error, and if you click on these documents, you actually will see a detailed analysis of the text that was submitted to the system, or the text that was extracted from the PDF. And on the side, you can see all the different categories we trained the systems on. And if you just click on the right side on the different categories, it will show the highlighted words that the system automatically learned from your documents. And it tells you, well, this document has not enough text, or it doesn't have the right words, so it's not good for training, or it's not to be good as a control set, because it's not. I cannot really categorize it as I would like to have that. You can evaluate your model, and later on you can actually simply deploy your model. And as I explained before, you can then, if it runs on the web server. You can easily submit the document to the classification system. So it's like a brain looks at the document and says, I think with X% it's this, with X% is this and this. And this is the information you will get back. And this information is metadata on the document. And you can derive classes like this is internal information, this is finance information, this is HR information, only depending on the documents you use for the training set. You can train certain authors, or in the internet you will find examples from scientific research where they train speeches from Obama and I'm not sure who the other guy was, or Bush, or no, it was not Bush, but so different speeches from different persons have different vocabulary, and they just use the text of the speeches to say, okay, this is probably a speech of Cheney or from Bush or Obama, and just by not reading the stuff, by just letting the computer learn how these kinds of documents are structured. And the whole system actually is built in a way that it is simple to use. All the science, all the mathematics behind these kind of systems is actually hidden. And this is why it is kind of simple to learn. You might have heard the name Abbyy before. And yeah, in the last 25 years, we kind of made computers read text. And now we're entering the second stage. Now we want to make computers understand text. Abbyy has already done this in the OCR technologies. If you scan a contract, we can detect headlines, can do other things, but now we look more on the content side. And the first part of it is that you would like to understand if you have a snippet of unstructured content, and PDFs most of the times are unstructured because they are so easy to create from all types of different other formats. But if you receive them, you would like to do something useful with them, not just search for them. And this is, as a kind of summary, a smart classification system actually can help you to improve your business systems a lot. It is not there yet. If you look out on the market, there are not too many systems who are easy to use and reliable and easy to integrate. Why is this? Because the underlying algorithms, they are known, they are well defined. So it's bias for spam classification, it's plus minus. But for classification, normally you would like to have a multi-level classification. So not just true or false or yes or no, but also to get different categories. And if you enter these kind of things, it's getting damn complicated in terms of math, statistics, and computing power. So this is definitely something you have to have in mind. So building a good classifier is not easy. Just a simple comparison. You can buy good ingredients for food, but there is a different level of chefs who can make a good meal out of that. And it depends how you combine these things to make it a good working system and to improve that. And if you're able to do one dish very well, but the same chef should cook something different, it might be horrible because they are just not used to do these kind of things. And it's the same here. One highly tuned project could work perfectly for one thing, but if you throw in other documents that has never seen before, if you would like to split up the classes, you might start again from scratch. So this is the idea of having a good system that is easy to train and learns automatically. And especially the part of the auto optimization is something very important and tricky, we think, because classification is a living object, and your content expert in your environment, you have the expert who know the content. These guys should collect the documents, and you should not always go back to a data scientist that writes some rules and that you have to pay for, and then how to implement, how to test it. So this knowledge should be built up in your organization. And flexibility and ease of use is just what you need in day-to-day life, in day-to-day classification. So this is just something you might want to see, and yeah, you might want to test later on, because it's not a solved problem yet. It's so easy for humans, but for computers this is really tricky. And just one, I have a few minutes more. We tried this with our internal wiki. There are a few thousand articles inside, and I just said, okay, I have this stuff now, and I just trained with 14 articles. I trained the category internal. And then I said, in the knowledge base area, there are 2,000 articles, just go for it. And then I click on one of the articles and I get the documents automatically tagged. And that was really interesting. It worked actually very good. I was really surprised, because normally the minimum set you should have in our system is 10 documents, which is not a lot. But to get significant statistics, you should have around 100 documents, 500. You don't need 5,000. But it might not make the system better, but somewhere around 100 should be okay. If you cannot collect 100 documents that are relevant, probably the whole class is probably not too relevant, because if you don't have the need, if you don't have the document stream, you don't need it. But what was kind of scary or interesting, if you looked into this compiler when you upload a document separately and you look at the words that were picked, as a human I would never have picked these words. But for these classes, they have a significant input. And this is what you have to know when you deal with machine learning. You will not get the perfect process out of the box. It is something with fuzziness. And it's really something you should look at, because this type of technology is what you will see out in the market. And it's not just on Amazon that, okay, people like you have also bought this and this. And that's quite simple, because they have all the data and it's still statistics. But if you work on unstructured document content, you should kind of exactly know what were the documents trained on and how does it behave in my environment. And that's it from my side. So definitely something interesting, very cool from a technology point of view. And yeah, definitely important for the PDF space, because as we've seen, tomorrow we will hear the numbers from Leonard, how many PDFs were already created. So it's not just millions, billions, it's trillions. So definitely something that every company and every organization has. And it's not just the PDFs, it's the text files, it's the emails, it's the Word files, it's the PowerPoint, it's the Excel spreadsheets. So there's a lot of unstructured content out there. And yeah, you should somehow get an overview what is there and do something with it. Thank you. A few minutes left before the coffee break, so if you have questions, you can ask them now. Yeah.
What to do when I'm not happy with a classified document? You said it's not easy to create such a good
Yeah.
but what can I do if I'm not happy?
In the current situation, we give you complete access to what the results are and what the words are picked. To make classification better, you have a kind of stop word list. So you can tell the system these words or these phrases, ignore them. Or also with the morphological variances of houses and all that stuff. So you can tell that on a model, okay, forget about these, ignore them. You can use this if you have somebody has always signed the contract, the CEO, for example, or the CFO, but that's not relevant information because 2 years ago or 3 years ago it was another guy. But you should not train the system in a way that always when he sees that name, it says, oh, it's a contract. That's not true. So exclude them from that. So this is one point. Also, we got these questions before. We will introduce also a kind of positive rule set that you then can also write your own rules and that you also can debug in a similar way. So this is something we will introduce in the next version. Just to give you the confidence. What we have learned in projects we have done with customers, that they have analyzed their documents, they came up with rules, but our system was able to learn them automatically. So it was not needed, so definitely try it out before you dig into the details. Good, yeah. Yeah, does it work on semi-structured and unstructured? Well, we think it should quite also work on unstructured, on semi-structured documents, because a lot of the content is probably the same, but we position it more or less really for unstructured. But in theory, it should work. Give it a try and do it. Another comment just on, if you write a rule, you have to know the content and the text. And if you look in your organizations, on the one hand, you have these rule approaches, you know everything, and on the other hand, you do enterprise search or you do search. What does a search engine do? A search engine goes through all of your documents, extracts the text, and builds a search index for your words. And when you type in a combination of words, then it just shows you the list of documents that have these words inside. So we're actually creating a classification rule on the fly. That is fine. But if you do not know what is the content of the document, you cannot type in the right words. So this approach goes back and learns from pre-structured classes what are the relevant words for a class and tells you these words. So you can even put these words back into your system, and so it makes search easier. So you can then say search only in contract, search only in complaints, or search only in other stuff. So this is also something where this meta information can help you to improve your existing systems. Good. That's it from my side.
first bit is for you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So we still have a few minutes, I guess. Let me see. I think people will be late a few minutes probably. Still time. Yep. Good.
I agree. All right, I just sent you the deck for tomorrow.
Okay, cool. Good. Yeah, I'm glad we could put it together during the last few days.
Yeah.
It was it was last minute on my end, and
You would think we'd worked together before.
it's good if you can actually rely on somebody to just complement whatever is missing or needs being done. So that's good. I enjoyed that actually.
Another one? Don't you have anything better to do? Oh, all right. My eyes don't come up in the direction. Wait, there's two Stefan Yagi. Something's really wrong.
Yeah? Yeah. Is dat goed?
You're running the wrong version of the software.
Running the one which doesn't have the bug.
Which bug?
If you want to create a link and then go to another view thing, that doesn't work. Sometimes. I have not found out when. Sometimes it does not work in DC.
It's alternate Wednesdays with a full moon. It's by design.
Okay. That's why I go back to you.
Seriously, that's the one reason you're not using DC?
He does a lot of
I
links.
use it a lot, but now I'm preparing my presentation for tomorrow. But I need to go to different page views.
You know what I should say? If that's the only reason, I feel good.
I think I could think of some other reason.
I'm sorry I asked. No, we didn't. No, we have to. No.
They print them out and frame them and put them on the wall.
They're first of all, they're all in the bug system. And you should be able to get access to them now. Put it back in. Try it. They should all be there. If there's any specific ones you want me to look up, I'll look them up.
The one with the trap key. It's only more than a year old. The trap key is not displayed in Acrobat DC yet.
Document properties.
You cannot change it.
You can use.
No, you cannot see it. You can only see it in the standards panel, but you cannot see it in the thing. The feed is just empty.
I'll take a look. I don't remember that one, but I'll look. An easy question? There are no easy questions from Stefan. You should have learned that by now.
Hi, everyone. Good.
Exciting presentation.
I hope so. There's always hope.
Okay.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, how late is the thing going tonight? Like 2 hours, 3 hours?
What's going?
The party.
I don't have no idea.
Okay. What kind of chairman are you?
What?
What kind of chairman are you?
I'm leaving all my responsibilities behind already.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So session will start just now. We are going to talk a little bit about validation just again, especially about definitive validation.
Definitive validation. I'm not so sure there is such a thing, Olaf, but let's give it a shot and see where we go with
Okay, let's
this.
try.
All right. So we think everyone knows both of us. So we're going to give another shot at the Leonard and Olaf show and see how this goes. So we're going to start again. We're not sure if everyone was in our last presentation, but we're going to assume a little bit of starting over. But if you have been in the other presentations on validation today, some of this will be a repeat, but more importantly, it will all sort of connect together as we go through. So as we talked before, validation, according to some standard US dictionary somewhere, is obviously checking or proving the validity of something or its accuracy. And certainly that's something we do frequently when we validate things. There's also the possibility that we want to consider its truth and the value of that truth. And certainly that's something we consider frequently. And also we want to affirm the worth of something. How valuable is this? And that goes also towards validation, is affirming the worth. If something is valid, we usually consider it worth more or more valuable than things that aren't. And I think that factors into a lot of our conversations. One of the other things that we don't normally think about, but I would argue is probably one of the most important things when we talk about validation, is who are you validating for? Who's your customer? Just like when you're building a piece of software, you want to think about why you're doing this and who you're doing it for. Am I validating for a user? Am I validating for the person who's going to actually view the file at the end of the day? Or am I more concerned about the author, the person who's making the file? Before they send it out, do they want to know whether or not what they're sending out is valid? What about developers? Are we concerned about helping developers ensure that what they're doing is right and correct and valid? Are we simply trying to make a better marketplace, ensure that the billions of files or trillions of files that are out there are better, and that people in the market will consider them valuable and spend money on them? Are we helping procurement? Are we helping other sorts of things? Who is our user? Who is our target market for validation? And that will help us focus and frame the conversation. And to that end, it's also important, I believe, that we define our goals for this process of validation. Again, what is it that we're looking for with respect to correctness? Is it only the file? Or are we also concerned about the consuming software? Do we care whether or not, even if we have a great file, what if I have really crappy software that I'm using to process it? Or the reverse, if I have really bad files but I have really great software, can it compensate? Or maybe I need both, and these are questions we have to ask ourselves. Reliability and robustness, we just talked a bit about this in a previous session. Again, how reliable, not so much the file is the file. We assume that it and its bits are not going to rot. That's sort of an assumption. But how reliable is the processing of that? Is it more reliable? Is it more robust if it's valid? Does that help it in any way? Can I process it more efficiently? Can I do it faster, quicker? Will the file be more interoperable? If it's valid, if it's correct, then one would assume that it will process in multiple tools the same way, but not necessarily. We talked just last session about HTML and how browsers work. They don't care about the validity of a file, but every browser has to work the exact same way. So there's interoperability without validity. Is that acceptable? And all of these things we have to define and consider when we talk about validation and validity. So as part of this, we want to talk about gathering everything together. So there's a larger ecosystem here at play. What is the ecosystem? What is necessary to create validators? Do we need reference implementations? Do we need better standards, better specifications? Do we need a police force? This is something that Duff has always wanted to be, is the PDF police. Do we send Duff out around the world, with a badge and a gun? Oh, nope, bad PDF. You're dead. Is this actually... You're hired. So, is that really the right way to go about doing this? Maybe it is. I don't know. But this is part of our conversations. How do we actually make this happen? And what are the resources that we can expand? And I'll pick on Duff again just because it's fun. There's only one of him, much to his girlfriend's happiness that way. But if we had 2 or 3 or 10 of them, would that be a good or a bad thing? It would be good. We'd have more resources to send out around the world the police PDF. But as I said, I'm not sure his girlfriend would be as happy about having 10 of you running around the house. So, it could go either way, and we have to consider that. So, Olaf, I'm going to let you talk a bit about some of the challenges that we face here.
Yeah. So anybody who started ever working on a validating parser or a validation tool will after a while have scratched their head and say, well, nice specification, but it doesn't really help me that much. The problem is that many specifications are written as descriptions of data structures, not as instructions how to use the data structures. And you will find this in many specifications, not just in PDF. You could find this in, I think, at least 80% of the specifications. They just tell you, this is data structure, go figure. And they may even fail to come up with certain constraints that may be relevant in this context. So certain limits you may want to avoid to go beyond, and so on. And in a lot of cases, it just works fine. An engineer will understand what the data structure is for. If you have 3 numbers and somebody tells you about RGB, well, you will probably figure it out somehow. And if you know it's an integer or a float or whatever, you will probably be doing the right thing. In addition, many specifications have been written down with one particular implementation in mind, without consideration for others. And this could be said about PDF, because in a way PDF was a description of the behavior, or actually the expectations you can have about the behavior of a certain vendor's implementation. And definitely at that time there was nothing wrong with it, because it was Adobe's implementation, Adobe writing the PDF specification, and they were kind enough to actually share it with the outside world, so whom could you blame? It was good enough for their engineers to keep Acrobat going. But the same is true probably for other implementations. It could be in the open source community. You have some implementation, you want to write a spec for it, you write it down, it just describes what you had in mind when you wrote that implementation. That doesn't take into consideration other valid implementations. So that can make it quite challenging to even decide what the specification prescribes and mandates, or what does it not mandate. Just to give you one example, and it was interesting. So it's about fonts again, and there's a certain piece of information you can find in a TrueType font that tells you, it's a descriptive information. It tells you about the weight of the font. Is it a light font or a heavy font? And it gives you this table, and it tells you 100 is a thin font, and 900 is a very heavy black font face. So obvious, right? Any doubt about what this means and how you would validate? Well, there's a discussion of experts, not novices or people who don't have a clue. There's a discussion among font experts on the OpenType mailing list whether it's okay to have intermediate values. So isn't 150 a kind of, it's between thin and extra light? Yeah, from a domain point of view, it's valid, because you could design a font face that is between thin and extra light. But in terms of the data structure, I would say, well, I would stick with just the hundreds. But then somebody's saying, why didn't they say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on? Where are the hundreds to begin with? Okay, I know, because it was common practice in earlier times to have hundreds in describing the heaviness of a font face. But still, you can have font experts, seasoned font experts, around in the industry for 20 years who argue about this. So if these people argue about this, how safe is it to expect from a specification that's actually relatively well written, at least in this corner, to come up with clear-cut rules about validation? So is a font bad that has a value of 102 in the US weight class? Another example. In PDF, in many places, you don't have a clear specification of precision or accuracy or acceptable ranges for values. And one problem we ran into a long time ago, a certain file from some old version of GoScript, which had a transformation matrix that scaled everything down to, I don't know, 1 divided by 10,000. And then it needed relatively big numbers to make things look at the right size. So it had to use like 100,000, 1 million for the font size, just to have a 12-point font. And the precision was not always sufficient anymore because certain viewers would just make it slightly bigger or lower depending on how they dealt with numbers that are relatively small, close to zero, or relatively big. There's nothing in the PDF specification that tells you exactly how to go about this. It doesn't tell you, please avoid this. Don't divide by 1,000,000 and then multiply by 1,000,000 because you may run into problems. That doesn't get any better if you take into account the page scaling factor and this and that. So you could go up and down a number of times and then nothing is precise anymore. Of course you could look at major implementations and figure out what they do about it. That's what people have been doing for a long time.
That's what I do.
Yeah, it's part of your job description, I guess. So, and this is just one tiny corner of the PDF specification. So it's just about putting stuff onto the coordinate system in some fashion. And it's the opposite of being completely clear. And you can arrive at files that seem to be syntactically valid, that will not have any predictable behavior anymore in real-world implementations.
So, but you missed the other
Okay,
piece
go ahead.
there, which I think is important, or at least I always tend to focus on it, which is it's not just about the file format. You know, these same issues that we're talking about also come into play when we talk about the viewer, the consumer, the reader, which is what are the rules for it? You know, you want it to follow the same set of things. You want every viewer to work the same way. You want consistent output. You want to ensure that what you see in one viewer is consistent with what you see in the other. You know, that may not necessarily have to be pixel perfect, but it needs to be consistent enough that it's the same thing. You know, somebody might do anti-aliasing, someone may not. That's okay. You know, someone may have a different default color, someone may not. Those things are okay, but there's still an expectation, especially with PDF, of that consistent, reliable rendering. And we want to ensure that that is validated in much the same way that we want to validate our files.
Mm-hmm. So if you look closely at some of the efforts or projects that actually do validation, for example, against the PDF specification, you will find out that they establish a grammar. So that is what VeraPDF is doing based on some X-text encoded representation of rules in the PDFA standard, and I would call that a grammar. It's the same type of grammar you could have in a schema for XML and so on. You could have that in many other cases. The good thing is a grammar-based approach will lead to pretty consistent testing results. So grammars are a good thing. They are really predictable and consistent, and the same file, when tested against a certain grammar, will always result in the same outcome. Nonetheless, if you look at the VeraPDF grammar for PDFA conformance testing and the PDFA standard or specification, the testing would always only be against the grammar. You could argue it's kind of by design testing against the PDFA standard, but it's not necessarily doing so because the grammar may not be a perfect match of what is written down in the PDFA standard, or there may be corners where you could argue that it's not actually as clear-cut as it looks like, and somebody else would come to derive a slightly different grammar. So the conformance testing claim could only be against the grammar, not necessarily against the PDFA standard. And it's also become, I hope it has become clear in the session before, that it's not necessarily trivial to write a grammar from a specification. So Boris was discussing a couple of aspects that are still causing a little bit of a headache, even if we hope we can resolve them before the end of the Performer project. But then the PDFA standard is just 30 pages. It's not 1,000 pages like for the PDF specification. As a consequence, the match between the grammar and the actual specification may be less than perfect. And maybe even there's certain aspects that are so difficult to cover that you may start skipping them.
So, you know, in the best of all possible worlds, you would like to do the reverse, which is you start with a grammar and your specification is derived from the grammar. Obviously, we didn't do that 23 years ago with PDF. It's been suggested, interestingly enough, that perhaps one of the ways that we deal with the PDF standard into the future is to look at a model like that. What if we actually built the specification from a standardized grammar that we could all agree on. And that has a lot of interesting possibilities. And I see Duff, one of our project leaders, shaking his head that he likes that idea. So we will definitely, thumbs up, 2 thumbs even. So we'll definitely keep that in mind. And I think I'd like, and I ask each of you to think about it too. Is that the kind of thing that would be interesting to you, as if we went from a specification-based format to a grammar-based format, and what the pros and cons would be?
Nonetheless, there are some caveats to that.
But I like grammars.
Yeah.
Really, I can't. No.
You can have grammars during certain hours. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Okay. So let's have a look at grammars, completeness, and relevance. So grammars are definitely good for correctness. So if you can test something against the grammar, you get a very clear result. But that doesn't imply they're good for relevance, and maybe even not for aspects like accuracy. So just to point to an example, I won't go into details. In the PDF raster specification that we have been working on that was presented earlier today, we were discussing tiled or striped images where you put several stripes of an image, just one below the other. And it turns out that if you look closely, and pun intended, that there may, despite of perfect positioning, when you render the whole thing, there may be gaps. This goes back to rounding errors when rendering content and so on. So a grammar would not be able to cover that, because it's a basic issue that you can't control by just getting the grammar right. There are also aspects that I think may often be so difficult to express that they just will be skipped, and I will show an example in just a second. Last but not least, and that might be the worst challenge here in this context, is I would claim that a complete grammar is not feasible for non-trivial specifications or for sets of intertwined specifications. I will have a small diagram with a couple of details around that. And that's, for me, that's the biggest showstopper from my personal point of view. Can you see that actually? This is from OpenOffice XML, so it is a grammar. And it has entries like Word for Windows 6 border rules, auto space like Word 95, and so on.
And just to point out, this is not a Microsoft specification. This is an ISO standard. Now, granted, we got it from ECMA. We got it from another standards body who transferred it over to ISO, but they accepted this. So you've got an ISO standard here with values, as Olaf read, which specifically say things like, do it the way Word 97 did. This is real, and it's scary as all get out.
Yeah, and to be honest, you can't blame Microsoft that much for it, because with the whole legacy they have in their technology, it would be a major pain to actually express that. On the other hand, if you wanted to really cover that domain, like a word processing file completely, including how to do certain borders and how to do certain spacing, you want to have data fields that actually address what you would have to do in that context. But it seems it was so convoluted that Microsoft just gave up on it. And instead of one of these fields, they may have to have inserted like 20 individual fields or data entries that would make it possible to actually do the necessary computations.
Yeah, backwards compatibility is hard. And I will say that the PDF community, as we moved from PDF 1.7 to 2.0 in the new 32000-2, we're actually very good about deprecating things that we knew really weren't being used and shouldn't be brought into the future. And it's a shame that the OpenOffice community couldn't do the same. But kudos to ourselves, if you will, for really being willing to move from the past and move towards what is modern and correct and useful.
Yeah, I would say nonetheless that you would find similar bits in other grammars for non-trivial specifications. It's just where you end up when you go to a certain point and then you say, well, I'll just give up. This again points to the fact that, especially for the PDF standard, we have in the end we have an infinite meshwork of all kinds of document specifications, standards, and so on. I think AIM has tried to pull together a list of all these. It's like, I don't know, 100 documents or more.
We actually have every one of them. Is on the AIM website. So if you ever want to find any of them, there actually is a place you can get every one of the available things referenced by 32,000-1.
Yeah. So it's not only just, I don't know, 10,000, 20, 30,000 of pages that we would have to look at. It's also they relate to each other in interesting ways. That can make it a big challenge to come up with even a concept of a grammar that could address this. And just as an example, so if you think about text rendering and glyph selection in PDF, which is anybody who has ever implemented anything in this corner knows it's not trivial, but it's not the only piece in PDF. There's so many things that you have to cover in PDF, and it's just, in the end, it's just still one small slice. And so you have your content stream operators, and they have character codes, and you need to look up some encoding somewhere, maybe defined in a spec, maybe built into the PDF file. You may have to go find the font file. It could be embedded, could be referenced. You have to follow very special logic to translate your character code and encoding information into a glyph ID and then find the glyph. The font file to find the font file to begin with, you would have to look inside the resources. They could be inherited, and you have to find the resources to begin with. And there's an indirect object structure, and you have to look up dictionaries and this and that. So, and each of these bits would, in a way, deserve its own grammar already. So you could have Adobe has come up with a concept called dictionary validation architecture, and in the end, they just talk about indirect objects and dictionaries. It's not even yet looking inside a font or inside a content stream. It's just looking at the data structure of all these indirect objects and the constraints that have been expressed inside the PDF specification. But it's just one view on the data inside the PDF file. And you would have to add a view on encoding, a view on font files, a view on color management if the font is colored in some fashion, how you get to resources from entries in a content stream, and so on and so on. And I have difficulty seeing the one grammar that does it all. I can see grammars for each part. And maybe you can come up with some kind of meta grammar that at least covers some interaction between the individual grammars. But personally, I don't see the one big grammar. Just don't see it.
No, and I completely agree with you. I think grammars like schemas and XML are domain specific. Mm-hmm. You know, you might have one that can cover maybe 2 of those 5 or 6. But yeah, absolutely, you will need more than one.
And you will need for the fonts, you would need a true type grammar, a PostScript type 1 grammar, CFF grammar, type 3 grammar, and so on. And it's really crazy once you want to have it all.
So with all of this in mind, can we actually be and create something definitive? And I will argue that the answer is no, you can't. I don't believe that the concept of definitive grammars exists. Olaf sort of hinted at that. I thought this was, to Olaf's credit, a very cute thing, in that calling something a definitive validator may make its results more valid than they really are. And that's something we have always needed to be and need to continue to be very vigilant about, is how we refer to things. The fact of the matter is, there's nothing to see here. Not that you shouldn't look, you're just not going to find anything. There are no known validators that are going to overcome these challenges, and there's no validator that can be inherently definitive. Now, we could try, you know, VerPDF is certainly making a great stab at many, many aspects of this with respect to PDF, and kudos to the project and all of the contributors of that. But even if they do all the plugins and all of the things that they want, there's still no guarantee that it's going to cover everything, because they're not in control of everything. Those grammars don't exist for everything. The processes don't exist for everything. There's not always great specifications for everything. I mean, look at PDF itself. If you look at the amount of work we did going from 32,001 to 32,002 to fix the specification to actually make it more accurate in how many different places, you know, and that's only one that we control. So don't deny the risk. Claiming that there is such a thing, claiming that there can be such a thing, is really going to put, I think, the industry at risk. Because someone is going to find that case somewhere that there still remains disagreement on. I mean, today, we can all disagree, and it's okay. And when we disagree, as Boris talked about earlier, we come together, we discuss it, and most of the time, we actually can agree on what the right thing to do is, and we'll fix it. But there actually remain, even now, issues in which the technical working group cannot agree. Those of you who follow the mailing list have seen many arguments between Olaf and myself and others where we clearly simply disagree on how to read a part of the spec. And there's just nothing we can do about that. We can say, this is what the person believed when they wrote it, this is what the intent was, but maybe that original intent isn't actually the reality of the files that have been created for 20 years, no matter what the original intent was. And so, what is the correct thing to do? Is it correct based on sustainability, suitability, efficiency, cost and change? We have to consider all of these things. So, if there is no such thing as definitive validation, what are the alternatives? And why don't you talk a little bit about this, and then I'll give you an actual example.
Okay, good. So, having said everything we have said, we are not saying forget about validation. We just believe that you should take a different approach and take into account that certain things just can't be done, but certain things also are still necessary to address them. So first of all, I would say acknowledge that validation is rather an indicator, not a guarantee. And validation in terms of conformance testing against a certain grammar and similar approaches. So you know it's never complete. It's okay to say we are not 100% sure whether we covered the PDFA standard fully, but we have derived a grammar that's pretty close, and then claim conformance against that grammar. It goes as far as it goes what would have been done otherwise. And I also believe it would find a similar degree of acceptance in the marketplace. In addition, and we have found this during the discussions on the Vera PDF work, there are certain cases that are simply just of academic interest. And it's like we spend hours, days, weeks discussing on a minor syntactical detail that might be impossible to decide because the underlying specifications are somehow loose, and we would probably be able to agree that nobody cares. I do understand it's risky because people may not care today and they may care 5 years from now, so you have to be careful. But still, we should also look at the cost-benefit ratio. So how much work is it to do this, and how much do we get out of it? Shouldn't we be rather investing in other aspects of conformance testing or other quality assurance measures or whatever?
And I agree completely. And you also have to be very careful when we talk about a lot of these things, which is also, it's one thing to talk about them amongst ourselves as developers and our working groups. I mean, that's where it should happen. But unfortunately, a lot of this also goes out to customers. And it's when it goes to a customer and the customer starts going after one or more vendors to fix things, to make it better, make it compare with others, that's when it becomes a real problem. And that, I think, is also something we have to be very aware of, is that, as we find these things, as we find these issues, as we talk amongst ourselves and try to decide the right way to do it, keep it amongst ourselves until we can come to an agreement and don't bring our customers into it. It's okay to tell the customer we just don't know yet. It's not okay, in my opinion, to tell customers, well, I think it's this way and he thinks it's that way and we're better. Yes, absolutely. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, he is better. There. Does that make you feel, is that better, Duff? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. There's also other aspects that I consider to be as relevant as the formal, definitive or more or less definitive take on validation. I think it would be useful if we have a lint tool for PDF, something that tells us this is not a smart way to do things. So you have lint in programming languages where they tell you don't dereference a null pointer. It's syntactically valid, but it will cause a lot of headache for you. And there's similar things happening when you look at PDF files and certain creation tools that are just very unfortunate in their choice of algorithms and so on. And I think we should look at this as much as we look at a validator, and tell people how good or how bad files are. Not in an absolute fashion. We would never say your file is bad, your file is good, but we could offer indicators saying, well, on an efficiency scale, this is rather on the wrong end, and then you could do this and that to make it better. And we could also do this in a fashion where we provide guidance like the Green Book for PostScript. So in the early days of PostScript, people didn't know exactly how to really write PostScript programs, and the processes for PostScript were very limited in processing power, so you had to be very careful. I think that would be good as well for PDF, and I was always hoping somebody would write the book, but so far nobody did. I also don't have the time to do that.
Well, you did help me write a book, but not on this particular topic.
Yeah, not on this topic,
so.
yeah.
Feel free to buy copies. We'll sign them. We're all okay with that.
And then also just, I mean, we are only thinking about validation because we run into bad files that cause problems, and we realize it might go back to some aspect in the file where some data structure is broken. So more looking at it from a process-oriented perspective, shouldn't we try to make it more economic to make good files? Both for tool creators, people who create the tools to make PDF files, but maybe also for users. For example, make QA easier. So develop tools for PDF developers. They could more easily, more quickly find out whether their tool is doing the right thing. And in a similar way, maybe for users. And also along the same lines, I would look at validation not as a one-off effort, so we make this one big definitive validator and then we are done. I would rather see it as a process, not an end result. And that would imply that you have an ongoing cycle of you plan for something, you want to implement something, you execute, you look at what you've got, you evaluate, you adjust your strategy, your philosophy, and you go through it again and again. It may take may take forever and never end, but it might be more useful than trying to have the one-off project of coming up with a definitive validator. Still, having said all that, I acknowledge it's still unsettling. So you use a testing tool today, it tells you all your files are fine, perfect, good. You get the next update next week or next year or 5 years from now, you run the check again, and that file or those files are declared not to be valid or conforming or good anymore. I don't think there's a way around that. We can probably reduce the probability you have that, but we will never be able to not have that. And the only approach I can think of is to actively manage that kind of change. Whether you come up with information when you release a new checker or conformance testing tool, what has changed, what may pop up that didn't pop up before, the implications of that, the risk involved, and so on. And also in terms of people actually interested in validating files, like our customers, so to speak, archives or corporate organizations and so on, just make them understand there's never a 100% guarantee on anything. We are going to have the discussion just to say. And in the end, I would say the magic is in creating the right mix. So don't give up on conformance testing. But pick wisely what the grammars are that you want to establish and that you want to test against. Decide wisely what to focus on and what maybe is not as relevant. Develop robust quality indicators where you can find them. Also think about heuristic problem finders like the lint tool. Think about what the risks are that you might have and try to assess them. Educate and look at the whole thing as a continuous process.
So what do we need? And so I'd like to take this opportunity, I'm going to put a stake in the ground and talk about what I think we should be doing in this community with respect to PDF validation. And again, I'm talking here PDF, the entire PDF, not a specific subset. I think, we've got folks working on the subsets and we can talk about that, but we still need to look at all that is PDF. And so I broke it down to what I think are the 3 key things that if we're going to do validation need to be done. And they're not in any order. They're just I just listed 3 things. So don't put priorities like it has to be done in this order or anything. Each one of these is important for various reasons, various different reasons, and we need to look at each one of them individually. File format validation, we talked a lot about that today, not just in this session, but in a number of other sessions. What we haven't talked about, and I'll talk a little bit more about, is the idea of viewer rendering validation. That's something we don't do. It's been talked about a bit in the past, but something we really need to actively look at. And then something that I would say we've never talked about, but I think becomes extremely important the more that we see the use of PDF forms becoming significant, and that is some way to validate that a processor is doing the right thing when it comes to processing a form. So let me dive a bit into these three areas. And also go back to where we started in this presentation, which is who are we targeting, why, what's the end result? So I would put forth that the target audience for file format validation are developers, not users, not archives, not anything else. It's developers. It's how do we get developers, and believe it or not, there are still people writing, in fact, we heard somebody today admit they're about to work on writing a new PDF parser. Guess what? There are people still writing PDF creators out there every single day. I see forum posts of people making I'm writing a new PDF writer. Can you help me with X, Y, and Z? They're still out there. And today, as there has been for 23 years, the only tool they have to validate the result is if it opens in Adobe Reader, it must be valid. And we all know how successful that is. So we need a way to help them actually produce correct, and potentially sometimes ourselves, create valid files. Users simply don't care, and we should stop trying to target those people. Okay, it's not important. And what we need to, because developers being our target, there's a really simple, well-defined set of things to check, and those are the common PDF objects. Check the basic things, header, trailer, and cross-references. Check all of the common objects. Check the content streams. If we could do this, do it in a way that we all agree to, for example, a grammar-based solution, and have a tool that we can refer all developers to, that would be a huge leap forward beyond where we are today. And I think we've got some great steps in this direction already. Rasterization validation. This is something we've talked about at the ISO 32000 committee a few times, but unfortunately there's never been the resourcing to make this happen. But I think it is something we really need to look to put the resourcing on. And I think this is an area we can look to the web and the W3C for guidance, which is they have a lot of experience. They built these things called the ACID tests. There's test ACID 1 and ACID 2. ACID 1 represents CSS validation. ACID 2 is rendering of HTML in conjunction with CSS validation. And what you do is you build a test suite. That's what these files are. And you run them, and you compare the results, and you either succeeded or you failed. And obviously there's things you can, you take out like anti-aliasing. But the concept is well defined. I don't think there's anyone who doesn't understand what we would achieve and how we would achieve it, but we need to put resourcing behind this, in my opinion. And it's something that, I know we as Adobe, and I suspect many other vendors here in this room would also support, because we probably do it ourselves. Right? We do, and I suspect there are many other vendors here that also have a test suite for their tools. And if we could find a way to bring all of that together and standardize that suite and standardize the results, I think that would be a big win for other developers who are writing these tools. But this is where I think users come in, because this ensures that users are going to get the right results in the rendering of those files, regardless of necessarily the quality of those files. And last but not least, which is something that's come to me recently as I've spent more time looking at and thinking about PDF forms, and that is validating how forms are processed. And again, I will take a lead from the web. There's what's called the ACID 3 test, which is a validation of JavaScript and the DOM. And I think we don't have something similar. We're finally, if you're not aware, one of the things that's going on right now in the 32000 committee is the standardization of PDF JavaScript. So Adobe turned over our specifications for Acrobat JavaScript over to the ISO, and those are becoming ISO standards, and I can't remember the number offhand, but they're in ballot right now, they're in process, and as members of the association, you have access to those, and I highly recommend, if you're a developer, take a look and give us your comments and feedback, because that's going to be one of the first things that helps us towards this end, which is now that we've got a standard language, let's validate that people are processing that language correctly in the right order of operations, and we all get the right results at the end of the day. So, Olaf, what do you think? Can we get 100% validity? Can we do it? Is it guaranteed?
I would love to, but I don't think we'll get there, but we can get very far.
And I think we should try.
And we should definitely try, it would be worth it. But I will insist that I believe, and I think you would probably agree, that claiming 100% validity or 100% definite validation or trying to go for it is probably just a pipe dream. On that level, you can't just do it. You just can't do it.
So, I'd like to thank you. That's our presentation. I believe we are out of time as people have started wandering in, but it's okay, because what follows is a panel discussion on exactly this topic of validation. So we're going to call up to help us, so Olaf and I will stay up here. Duff, since we've been picking on you, if you would come join us on stage so you can rebut anything you'd like. Boris, you gave a great presentation earlier, if you could also join us. And then Olaf, you had another...
Joachim Jung from the Open Preservation Foundation.
So I'm going to move in the middle since I
Okay.
have the portable mic
Good.
here. If there's a microphone in the middle if you need it, or simply raise your hands and holler out questions, and we are happy to take them. And panel members are also welcome to ask questions if there are things you would like to raise. Do we have time? Are we right on schedule, I thought?
We have 45 minutes.
I just wonder if the start time is 4:15.
Oh, that's what I was just looking.
But it's
Duff says, I see 16:15.
we're exactly on time.
We're right on time.
Yeah.
We might, I'm just wondering if the others, it's possible others might be.
Would you like
They
to-
will-
We can wait a minute. It's up to you.
We should just continue.
Okay. We'll keep going. And Frank's sitting up there happily. All right. Go for it.
So Mike will be turned on.
Could you
Okay,
turn
hi.
the...
Hi, I'm Frank Eason from the Hook Coburg. I agree that 100% we never achieve with anything. What percentage will we achieve by the end of this year when Vera PF comes to fruitation? And then how long will it take to, and how close will we get to 100%?
That's a very good question, and I fully agree. Well, first of all, with one of the aspects mentioned here, that we are in the process, and definitely the process will not end by the end of the year. Well, exact numbers, exact figures, difficult. But if you project, well, there should be some ground. In terms of ground truths, we have test files. We have well, grammar, which is of course not fully reflecting, well, 100% reflecting all intentions of the specs. But the grammar and the test files, I hope, will be 100% by the end of the year. So that's the answer. Of course, test files, well, might grow up. Grammar might be improved. Specifications might change. So we'll continue well, handling this in the future. Well, does this give us an answer? Yep.
I wanted to ask a question to Duff. So how happy are you at this moment?
I think you mean specifically about validation, just in case I was...
So as probably as many of you may know, my perspective, much as I have the role of project leader for ISO 32000, and yes, I've spent an enormous amount of time at the standards table and editing the document, but please understand that I'm not an engineer, I'm not a software developer. I have a conceptual understanding of portions of the PDF specification. I am fundamentally an end user, and as I see my role in the standards process to represent, perhaps I could say at one level the interests of the end user, but at another level I would say the mindset of the end user. And the mindset of the end user, as I understand it, and I talk to users all the time, is really quite distinct from the perspective that we've been hearing today, which is all about, I think, the reality of software development and the difficulty of accommodating the extreme complexity and interrelatedness of these various technical specifications, connecting them to the end user experience. So it's extremely difficult, I'd submit, to go to the customers and say, we want you to, on the one hand, trust that this document is reliable, that you can share it comprehensively, and on the other hand, when they say, well, how sure are you of that? You say, we're not sure. We're pretty confident. We like where we're at today, but tomorrow somebody could blow up our little world, and then we're going to have a different story for you. If I'm a customer, that's going to really slow down my interest in what you're offering. It's going to force me to look for other options. It's going to have me saying to myself, these people need to be disrupted. There needs to be surely this can't be the best thing. Now, a customer gets to be ignorant, right? They get to not appreciate the ground truth of software development that you've been listening to today. They're not educated in this process. They are interested in outcomes that pertain to the business problems that they have. They're interested in particular in being able, when they make a representation to a partner, a business partner, somebody they have a contract with, where they are obligating themselves to deliver a certain kind of a thing with a certain degree of reliability. Their interest is in making sure that they can achieve that. And if you assert to them that there may be problems in fact, even understanding the documents that have described your deal, they're going to be extremely upset. So while I'm very conflicted on this subject, I'm not capable of disagreeing with much of what you've been hearing today simply because I don't have the sufficient background to be able to do so. And beyond that, I actually trust these people to be telling you the truth. I've been working with them for a long time, and I know that they're very invested in the reality of PDF and the reality of bringing the most reliable, most functional, most operable, and most solutions-oriented technology to the marketplace. So it's a very difficult position for me as an end user and as somebody who likes to see himself as representing the end users at the table. In a sense, I want to bang the table and I want to say, much as I did in 2009 in Paris, when I banged the table and I said, if we don't have a validator for PDFA, we don't have anything. We're telling these customers something, we just have no idea if it's true or not. Now, 7 years later, we have a project that is developing a validator for PDFA, and it has enormous strengths. I think that's been generally acknowledged, and yet it's not going to be 100%, as I think is reasonable to admit as well. What does that really mean, and will the end users fundamentally accept it? Will it be a thing that as an industry we can live with because our customers are willing to live with it? To me, remains an open question. I would say one other thing in this connection, which is that while we can certainly concede that there's many areas in software, and let's think of HTML for a second, where expectations about being concrete and stable and completely reliable really don't exist, right? Take a look at the desktop of any HTML of any web developer, anybody working on HTML. They've got 3-4 browsers open at once. Every time they do something different on their website, they refresh each one of those browsers. They see differences. They don't care because they know that the end user doesn't have the expectation that Safari and Chrome and Explorer and whatever else are going to do precisely the same thing. Now that's fine for the web world. Everybody can accept that. The thing reflows anyway, right? So it's going to look different no matter based upon the size of your window. Is PDF different? Does PDF require some higher level of consideration? I think it does. I think if there was one technology in the entire world, well, with respect to these sorts of things that display on a screen, where we would want to be able to make some somewhat more concrete of an assertion about quality, about durability, about longevity, about whether or not the thing will be reliable when I send it across town, it would be PDF. So I'm encouraged on the one hand that there's, whereas a year and a half ago the Vera PDF project didn't exist, today we have most of a track dedicated to a variety of discussions about validation. And that I think is a tremendous advance. There's clearly a great deal of interest in the subject. People have been testing the software. The customers are interested in it, and those are because it's generally acknowledged the durability and longevity in this is very, very important. Am I comfortable with the idea that we may never achieve it? Well, I come back to I feel as if there's a need to refine what we really mean by that in some detail. If we're never going to achieve 100%, we need to do 99.995, and we need to get closer and closer as we can, all the while maintaining a reasonable discussion on the subject. So I have mixed feelings, and I guess I'm here to continue to try and push the idea that making this better and better, perhaps a rendering validator is probably crucial for the long-term sustainability of PDF. But maybe other things are as well. And so I can't contest the points that have been made in this regard, but I certainly would like to continue to wave the banner of the customer and ultimately the person who writes the check to pay for the software. That those people are pretty clear about what they want, and they're deeply uninterested in hearing how software and solutions will not deliver what they're particularly interested in. Want to add something?
Yeah, sorry. You said twice that you want to be sure that when you send the PDF across town, that it arrives the way it should. The people I deal with, so I'm from the OPF. We represent mostly libraries and even more strictly also archives. They want to be sure that if they send it across town in 100 years, that they can actually open the document. And there are very important documents in there that, you want to be sure in 50 years or in whatever time you think about retiring, that the documents are still there. I certainly want to. But there are records that have to be there for a much, much longer time. And they're asking me now, what format should I take? And of course, because Duff and I talk a lot, I tell them, try PDF-A, but can we guarantee anything? No, we can't really. And I tell them that, and of course, even if we succeed in getting to 99%, there's all these things that can be in the PDF that we don't validate yet. So yeah, I'm with you, and I think we should work together and make it even more likely that we get to the 99%. I mean, you said paper isn't 99% either, but some paper is.
Paper at least fails in reasonably predictable ways.
Yeah.
Well, and I would argue that PDF fails in reasonably predictable ways as well. We know where the fail points are. Okay, it's not like it's going to fail in this place over here. We know if it's going to fail, it's going to be here or here. And I would say the same, just like paper. Why does paper fail? Why does ink fail? Why do, or for that matter, even going back to tablets, the original tablets, not the ones we have today, of course. We know why they could fail as well. I mean, but knowing failure points is important too.
And if you're really into making it as safe as possible, you may even want to consider alternative approaches at the same time, like some hybrid approaches we've been discussing in the break. So maybe there is some benefit to having a rasterized version of visual content. Because yes, the data structures are simpler for just a rectangular arrangement of pixels than for a complete description of a page using a syntax like in PDF or any other such syntax. And so if you really want to make sure 100 or 1,000 years from now you can actually look at something, maybe not at the absolutely real thing, but at something, why not embed a rasterized view of the page at the time when you were archiving it as an attachment to a PDF-A3 file, for example. And if I were in charge of general risk management for an archive, and I would be paid well, I would probably not put all my eggs in the same basket. I would probably have some redundancy on several levels. Yeah? Not just redundancy in terms of storing it in two servers, but also storing it in two flavors, for example. And I wouldn't even want to decide which one is better. It's better to have both. And even maybe include the source file. And that's something that the archival community just doesn't get, which I think is the strongest value proposition of PDFA3. You can have the original, like a Word file maybe, or even some strange file that nobody will know any longer 20 years from now. You have a reliable, rich rendering, which would be PDF, and then a dumbed down rendering in the form of a JPEG image or Fuchs encoded TIFF image or whatever. And you know, depending on what the situation will be like in 100 years or 500 years, you will have at least something that's relatively easy to decode. It will not be as rich as the original. The PDF will be much closer to the original. And you might even have the original. You may not be able to render it, but you may be able to analyze it. So there might be interesting information inside a Word file that could turn out to be useful, that was not carried across into the PDF rendering, and that could be still extremely interesting. Just think about how researchers analyze paper documents. They don't just look at what they see. They analyze the material. So it might be that people have erased content on old think paper and just write again, because paper was very expensive at that time. So it could be interesting to look at what has been there before they erased the paper. That might be the more interesting information than this information you actually see. If you scan that page, you will only get what you see. You will not be able to scratch away the thing anymore or do some spectral analysis or X-ray or whatever techniques they use. So if I were in charge of risk management at an archive and have extremely important documents, that's how I would go about it.
So great stuff on archiving, but just a reminder, this is the validation panel, not the archiving panel.
But I don't think it's completely unrelated.
No, I don't think it is either. But
yeah, because if you acknowledge that you can't have 100% guarantee, you may revisit how you deal with the delta between 100% and whatever you can get. And by doing so, and by picking hybrid approaches, so to speak, you may get into a position that is acceptable at least. But still, for each of these, you will want to have the best possible incarnation, so to speak.
I agreed. And where I was going was, you gave an interesting example for the archival case, which is this idea of one file with multiple renditions or whatever, if you will, incorporated inside of it. It's certainly something that A3, as you said, was designed for, and is an excellent choice. But now pulling that back to validation, this is a great question, which is, so we can validate the PDF, or even if it's only 99% or whatever percentage, we can validate that PDFA. I don't think we do, or I would raise the question, actually, rather than taking a position. How important is it to validate those other things? Do we validate that Word file? Do we validate that JPEG copy? Is it, when we talk about it in the archival case, and potentially in other cases, those aren't the primary, because the PDF is the primary. So may not be as important, and I would argue it's not as important to validate some of those secondary things. Yeah, they're in that container, but just because they're in their container doesn't mean they necessarily have to be valid. You might want to put garbage in the container. That's okay. We call it a trash can. There are use cases for that too. And if anybody wants to comment on that over there.
Well, yeah, my personal opinion, and this is based on lots of discussions in the higher world, that validating embedded files is embedded data, not files, embedded images, IC profiles, fonts, is equally important to guarantee that the file would be rendered in a predictable way in the future. Of course, that's beyond PDF. Of course, it's based on different specifications. It may be beyond PDF station, but for Hives, it's probably equally important. And this just means that more joint forces would be needed here. And VRPDF well, we had, luckily we had very specific bounds for the project and a very specific budget. And we were able what we could do, and the reasonable task was to validate what's inside PDF-A specification here. But the architecture and the aims were always in mind that this might become a platform for community for further extending validation to other formats as well. And even the grammars were invented from scratch have this in mind. So in particular, the technology is suitable for defining grammars for other formats. But, well, of course, that's just theoretical for now. Yep.
I have to say that the one I don't want to stop anybody else from speaking up, but the big, yeah. So the kind of the bit that caused the biggest headache for me in this whole context was the word definitive. So if nobody had used the word definitive, it would already be a completely different story. And I could, in arguing, I could kind of take a position that would be kind of compatible with maybe some other positions that are slightly different, but still not claiming definitiveness. And I think in a way, that's all that's needed to acknowledge there's not 100%, there's no definitive. Just strike the word definitive. And just explain to people we have taken the PDF-A standard, we've translated the specification into a grammar. We have worked with a community that cares about it. So, and the community agrees it's a good grammar-based representation of the PDF-A standard, and we can test against it. So the way to test against the grammar is relatively clearly defined. It's a grammar, so it's much more clear-cut than just text. And then say, well, this is the Vera PDF grammar, if you want, or Vera PDF-A grammar. And a file will conform with the grammar or will not conform with the grammar. Cool.
Yeah, so you're talking about reality again, right? So let's talk about the
That's
customer.
where I live, actually.
Well, indeed. Customers, however, live in customer world, right? And in customer world, the customer used the word definitive in this case. They didn't give us a choice about it. And we elected not to argue with them at that time. Well, we kind of wanted to be the vendor, so we didn't want to tell the customer your request is irrational, right? Fair enough. And I know it's an open question. It's a question that we can revisit in the Vera PDF project. Do we continue to use that word, or do we eliminate it? And I don't think that at this point we have no need necessarily to hang on to that word, although I think the reaction of the customer will be quite interesting if we stop using it. But nonetheless, I would be prepared to go ahead and have that discussion and work it through and make precisely the point that you're making. No, let me tell you exactly what we did and why we choose to describe it in these terms rather than using the word definitive. And I don't want to commit us to that point at this time, but I think that's a very legitimate discussion and one that we're most definitely going to have in the Vera PDF consortium team as we go about this. And I have a funny feeling that we'll come down along the line you're talking about, simply because it's very important it's of primary importance to the Vera PDF consortium that the results of this project are accepted by the industry. And we've already heard, and not just from you, but from others in the process of the TWG, that others were, just as you say, were hung up on this term definitive and very uncomfortable with it for precisely the reasons you've outlined. Now, how do we talk to the customer? And you suggested a kind of means of talking about it. There's a grammar, we're actually validating against the grammar. And the customer, at this point, right, we have to imagine, is scratching their head and they're saying, I don't remember the word grammar before. There is a specification, a standard, right? And I thought I hired you guys to do something about a standard. Well, we say, in software, standard is just words on a page. And it's actually not really an algorithm. It's just it's kind of flaky thing. Some words maybe can be translated this or that. Actually, what we need to do to do any validation is a grammar. And since the original specification is not written as a grammar, it was necessary to create one. So I'm giving you, as it were, the correct technical description of what it is that we're accomplishing. It'll be interesting to see what happens when we go back to the customer with this argument, as I'm sure we will, at least to trial it and see what happens. And it may very well be successful, and perhaps I'm either exaggerating or I'm overly concerned with the perceptions of this thing in customer land. Forever, I've always customers are looking for this to be simple. They look for it to be straightforward. They look to something that can be compared against something what they consider to be definitive. They're not afraid of the word definitive. To them, this is a simple concept. You either did it or you didn't. They're used to things that are like contracts, where we agree, or if we don't agree, we get into court and we fight about it. Solutions that obviously nobody is interested in. What's going to be a fascinating question, I think, as we go forward is, what is the industry's reaction, just in general, to the need of the customers to feel about PDF in particular, that this is something they can rely upon? Perhaps the concept of certification of software is something that we could work with. After all, certification isn't necessarily definitive. Certification is a step back from any kind of necessarily any kind of specific guarantees. That may be a very valuable concept for the PDF Association to investigate. Is there some notion of certification that we'd want to go out there and talk to our members about, and perhaps once we get agreement with members that we can then inspire the rest of the world that, to pay attention to this certification and to move towards it? I'm not sure what the answer is, but I very much take your point. We have a problem with software developers if we use the term definitive because, damn it, the specification was not written as a grammar. What do we do about that?
So then I'll toss it right back down. Sorry. I think though that one of the things, you worry about the customers, and I think that's important, obviously. And as you said, representing users on the committee, we absolutely appreciate that. But most days. But I think that the key point is, we know that users have, as a whole, taking big picture, have no problems with PDF. We've seen that 23 years, huge growth. This morning we were playing with numbers in trillions and billions of individuals. I'll bring some numbers tomorrow to the table during my keynote as well. But the point is, customers have and recognize and accept, and I would even go so far as to say love, PDF and what it does for them, and they're happy with it and have been happy with it for 23 years. And granted, that's not every customer, but I don't know that any vendor in this room or anywhere would say they can make every one of their customers happy. I know I don't.
Yeah, so when I got onto the project, I had a problem with the word definitive, but there's actually another way of reading it, and this is the idea of security. So when the people that I work with would use this, is either before ingest into their systems, or even better, at the place where the documents are created. And what definitive means for them is it defines the software that is allowed to be used for that, right? They will not accept the results of software that doesn't comply with the standard or with what they think is closest to the standard. So that's exactly what at least the people I work with will use the tool for. They decide on which software will be used to create the documents and which software they will not use. And the rest, as Duff has already said, is probably not really interesting to them. It's risk assessment. The closer we get, the better. The more software we have that gets as close as possible to the results of the validator, the better. And that's at least the direction they are thinking in.
We have someone in the audience.
Yeah, my name is Carsten Siedentop, and Duff, you say I'm a developer. So Duff, you said you had a problem with developers, but I don't think we both will have a problem. I agree. If you give me a specification which does not contain words like should and it would like to have it, if you have, this is fact, and then I can validate that, 100%. It's possible, and it's not expensive. In opposite, it spares money. That's my experience from 20 years of practice. But, Olaf Drümmer, I agree to you. That's a case you can't find a lot in companies. Why? My opinion is the government, the management has no focus how much value is in testing. It's not expensive when you make a balance over the life cycle of the software. So it is about 10 years. Then it's very expensive. If you make the time slice for one financial year, then it is a little bit expensive because you have to invest in advance for that what you will spare later. And so I would say if you give me a good specification, then I can guarantee a validation about 100%. It's possible.
So I just remember that I was going to say this before, but Duff and I also used the Vera project to actually get people to think that PDFA is the format they should use. So it's you know, outreach, and I think that's another, a lot more important than we always let on, but it's really important. We can actually go out there and say, you know, we have something that you can use to be at least surer than you were before.
I'm back. The idea here is not that it's going to be perfect, because we all know nothing's perfect, but there will be a consensus among the vendors what the goal is, that they work together. That's the beautiful part of this not being vendor specific. Okay, so it's across all vendors. So no one person or company is going to say this is the way it is. It has to be agreed to in a consensus. And as Leonard said, the next step would be, now we need to look at the rendering validation. Some sort of test documents that somebody can put in their viewer and say, if this looks okay, that's not going to be something that's done overnight. It's the next step. But if we know what the file format looks like, that everybody can agree on that standard and eliminate the inconsistencies and the misinterpretations, which is where this all started from. It's why you guys came together, because it's the nice thing about standards, there's so many to choose from. So if we agree, if this is the industry that's feeding it, and they say this is what we use to validate with, and it's not one individual company's thing, it works the community, then we can agree this is it. If it passes the test, it works. And then they have to continue to meet that goal. And nobody said we won't run into problems in the future. But then we address them when we run into them, because nobody can see the future. So we do the best we can with what we have, vendor independent. That should give the people the comfort zone that it's not one particular company's interest or something turning it. That's what we need as a customer. So, because some companies aren't going to be around next week, next year. They'll be bought out. LinkedIn was bought yesterday from Microsoft. Who knows what's going to come tomorrow? So what happens to that stuff? So welcome to the digital world. A measure, where are we, where it's going, everyone agrees on it. Gear to that, and then we all know where we're going, what to expect.
Just thank you for this remarks. It was very much in line what I was going to comment on the word definitive. I understand that it was used, well, probably as a marketing word for European Commission or in Performer project. And I kind of understand why this causes some tension, because it looks like as if Vera PDF is stealing this holy grails, as if other validators are not definitive, and Vera PDF is the only definitive tool. And I just want to say that, of course, that's not the case, and we are way behind many other validators. And my interpretation of the word definitive in, well, in PDF community in particular, is that we all agree at least on the sample test files we deal with. That's definitive. Definitive means we came finally to an agreement how to interpret this or that border case and how to resolve these ambiguities. So it's not that we are better or doing something very special comparing to other tools. It's just we came finally, the community came to an agreement.
And that might be the most interesting operational definition of definitive. And from my point of view, if everybody agrees to interpret it a certain way, then what more, in a sense, do we need? We're not canonical in that particular sense, but nonetheless, if agreement is pretty fundamental, if all the software works consistently, then then end users will never know the difference, and perhaps that's all we need.
And I would agree with that. I think the problem comes down to, and it's that 99 versus 100%. Boris on a slide earlier said there are, I believe, 12 outstanding issues. I think that was the number that are still yet to be resolved among the working group. And I know of at least 2 that are clearly at odds, that I don't know that they will ever be resolved. And that's probably that 1% between 99 and 100 where there is still disagreement even among the experts. And that's the reality, and that's okay. What will have to happen is once we've gotten to that point where we've resolved everything that we can resolve, which we should do, and I think we're all working towards that, and we've got the couple that we aren't, we figure out what is that educational factor to express those things, because we'll have come to that point of we have consensus, but consensus isn't necessarily agreement. And how do you communicate that?
Yeah, so just speaking from my perspective as the owner of a software company, just to make this very clear, when VeraPDF or the whole Performer thing was started, I was all for it. I said, yes, let's do it, including using words like definitive and so on. It's not that I always knew better. So I was part of the group that was all going for it. I was not actively involved in executing, but being on the board and being the chairman, I definitely had a little bit of a say on it, and I did say, yes, that's good, let's do it. So please don't get this wrong. It's just that a few things happened since we started the whole project, and the thought process and everything else. So one problem I have, who is in principle interested in conformance testing, once in a while I think I should contribute some resources. So maybe I could write a font checking portion to some next version of VeraPDF. And what's holding me back a little bit is that if this project claims it's definitive, and over time it goes into in the wrong direction, it would be very difficult to challenge it if I had been part of it. So if today and next year and year after next year I'm part of it, I say, yeah, it's cool, and I do the font part, and you do the XMP part, and you do the whatever part, and we are the definitive thing, and then over time it's just heading in the direction I can't agree with anymore because different people have a say and so on. It's a community. There could be other stakeholders in the community, and it takes a different direction. And after a while, I don't like the direction anymore. But because I've been saying for 3 years it's the definitive validator, I can't all of a sudden say, no, they are completely wrong. It would make my position easier if definitive is just not being claimed. It's a conformance testing tool, technology approach, set of test suites or whatever. And then I could say, well, I just don't agree with it. It would be easier to say in the future. And it's an interesting twist, but it's part of the reason why I haven't actually not invested much effort on behalf of my company in the project. And I'm rather thinking about doing something on the side maybe, and not fighting against it, but so if you give up on the word definitive and maybe replace validation by conformance testing, you would make my decision process easier.
What if the concept, and this I'm thinking of what Frank said, if the concept is industry accepted?
Yeah.
We don't use the word definitive. We instead we focus on the idea that there's a community agreement about this thing, that it will represent represents a community perspective on the specification rather than and avoid definitive.
Let me say one thing. So I've been involved in a couple of testing tools in the last 20 years. So I'm the co-author of Altona Test Suite 1 and 2, which some of you may know, and I'm a co-author of the Isoto Test Suite and so on. And what drove me in all these cases is try to be good and try to be useful, and don't worry about the other parts. If you're really good, if you do the right thing in the right way, you're just doing a very good job and you're useful, don't worry about whether you call it industry accepted or this and that, because if it's good, it will be accepted. There's a strong power behind getting it right. And of course you have to do some promotion, this and that, but for the Altona test suite, the organization behind it, the European Color Initiative, never had any budget. 0 budget. Just people doing the right thing.
So I take that point, and yet, every product seeks to find a means of distinguishing itself from other products, right? And that's everybody can accept that as a sort of premise. If Vera PDF is a conformance checker, that's a legitimate factual discussion of what this thing might be. But for having seen the thing from its beginnings to where it is now, I note that one of the fundamental distinctions or interesting to me distinctive points about Vera PDF is precisely that all of the interesting questions that arose in the context of the development of the software were mediated by a group that was comprised of people who wanted to be there, wanted to listen to the discussion, wanted to participate, and had a complete and unrestricted opportunity to say, I hate this, I like that, and so on, right? So this seems to me to be the fundamental distinctive interesting point about Vera PDF, and I would hope a leverageable point. And very useful too when addressing, Frank made this point too, right? He's perhaps even less interested in 100% because he knows that software development isn't like that. But on the other hand, what he really wants to believe is that no one company has their finger on it and is driving the thing one way or another. The simplest way to deliver the value, the component of value, which is that industry, that collective awareness of the software, would be to describe it as industry accepted. And I'm curious just to figure out what it would take to make that type of description acceptable versus simply referring to it as a conformance checker. Because after all, some kid in their basement can write a conformance checker. And if we can't distinguish ourselves from that, then we're not in very good shape.
My name is Kent Åberg. I'm wondering what holds you from just using the phrase reference implementation? It's one reference implementation. There could be more.
So reference implementation is actually also a loaded term, and one we tend to avoid. In that a reference implementation traditionally, and at least the words imply, that this is the implementation that was built in conjunction with building the standard. So for example, Adobe Acrobat and Adobe Reader are the reference implementations of Adobe PDF 1.0 to 1.7. I would not say that it is the reference implementation for ISO 32000 because it was not built in conjunction with 32000, but was absolutely built in conjunction with the Adobe specifications. What we could say is that it perhaps is unfortunate, but it is reality. We as a community, did not build a reference implementation of PDFA validation or authoring or anything during the standards process. We just built a specification, and we've done that actually with all of the PDF subset standards. There was no reference implementation. Should we have done that? Maybe. That's an interesting conversation to be had as we go forward, but I think it's safe to say there isn't one today, and because of that, you can't go back and make one. But we can do the best we can, and I think what were the words you used, community approved or industry approved, industry accepted solution is the closest we can get, and I think that's a good thing.
Okay, one more question. I know the group, the user community, having ordered the Vera PDF project, they claim the definitive word means that the industry is backing this. It's part of their promotion of the project. And what happens then at the launch date later next year, if the user community claim that the industry is completely behind it?
Well, the way we design the project with respect to the industry, that is to say, all of the questions about whether or not the software was behaving in precisely correctly in the context of the standard, whether the test files were fully representative of all the requirements of the specification. These subjects were all handled up front and in the open in front of every member of the industry who is granted, admittedly, also a member of the PDF Association, who chose to participate. And the possibility of participation was available to every member of the association. Now, I think that, what will Preforma call this thing when we ship it? Well, we get to have some influence over that. I don't know that we will get to control what they say about it. I only know that we'll get to control what we say about it. And we will have a substantial influence on what they say. If we go back to them and say, you can't use the word definitive. We want you to use the term industry accepted. I believe that they will, I believe they will work on them pretty hard to make sure that that happens. Industry accepted is, we look around for a term that gives us the most, that number one, reflects what's distinctive about the product, and number two, comes the closest to the truth in describing precisely what it is that we have. We probably cannot do better than industry accepted. Frankly, from my point of view, if we are able to say industry accepted and genuinely have that be true, we will have accomplished a tremendous amount. We will have, in fact, probably the first such software that there is in the PDF space. Yeah. Other than the fact that, of course, everybody thinks in terms of a particular viewer that is a reference for many of them for many reasons, but we won't go there right now. I'm not sure I'm really answering your point, but I just genuinely think that we probably can't do better than that term for this purpose.
People are coming in.
Yeah, so one more statement, or?
Yeah, so I mean, the product was ordered with that name, right? After the project, which is only, the official project runs until the end of the year, and then we probably get another half year. After that, the OPF have been requested to steward the project. And we today usually just say Vera PDF because that's what we have. And the definitive will definitively go away after that.
Okay, so I think it might be in Preforma's own interest to just position it in the right way,
better, yeah.
and not risk the value that it's actually bringing. So, thanks for staying with us for the various validation sessions. I hope it was reasonably interesting. In a minute or two, we will have the wrap-up session in this room, and people are already coming in. So please stay around. There will not be a break now, but there will be a long break afterwards, with a very nice barbecue and lots of other nice things. So thanks for being here, and enjoy the rest of the day, please.
as we had 4 tracks and you're only one person, you cannot go into 4 tracks. So the idea is that every of the 4 moderators gives you a short, I hope for 10 minutes, wrap up what happened in the track, what was most interesting, what is likely interesting for all of you. That's what we done, and we do it the backward style. So track number 4 was Matt, and Matt has the first wrap up from his track, please.
I know everybody couldn't make it to all 4 tracks, but I know everybody who's cool was in my track. So all the cool people, you don't need this review, but for those who couldn't make it out today, several great sessions. Bruno Lowagie from iText started us up about disrupting the world of document creation and distribution with PDF and LeanPub. Bruno, I think, puts it best when he says that the secret to success is good documentation. Now, he learned this when he published his first book in 2005 and hired himself a whole army of people to publish this. He had layout editors, and proofreaders, and copy editors, and somebody just to assist in putting all these people together, and someone to assist him with his Microsoft Word problems, a whole just army of people just to put out like a dead tree book. It was a great book, but it was 18 months from the time he started it to the time that book actually came out. And Bruno, of course, being Bruno, wants to know, is there a better way to do this? So he dropped the publisher for a second time around, self-published it, used MS Word again, had the same problems he had the first time with that, but at least this came out a little faster. So for his third time around, he used a platform called LeanPub, which uses a content markup language called Markdown. I don't markup called Markdown. I don't name it. Don't look at me. But the neat thing about LeanPub is that it exports right to PDF and some other ebook technologies that we won't discuss. Nobody really cares about those other ebook technologies. So when Bruno put his third book out, one of the neat things he found was that far and away PDF is still the most popular format for his technical documentation. Those others, well, hey, less than 10%. Do we really need to talk about those? I don't think so. But this got Bruno to thinking, hey, is there some way that I can take some of the other content that I write and not have to retype it, not have to redo it? Can I just repurpose these things that I'm already writing? So I talked a little bit about ways to link up examples, link up collateral, link up writing, so that he only has to maintain one copy. So you can export these back out to LeanPub, get his books out in the formats that he chooses. He's excited about what's coming up in this field. He may have more to say about this next year, but right now there's a lot going on. It's pretty wide open, but he's excited. So then we moved on to Carsten with Luratech, now Foxit, mobile PDF scanning. Another great field. I know a lot of us are familiar with taking pictures of documents and uploading them to various web services. And we may have wondered, how does this all happen? What are the, what are the good points? What are the obstacles? And it's really neat, as Carsten points out, because from a user perspective, all this stuff just works. You take a picture and magic happens on the back end. Of course, we all know that it's not magic. It's a whole lot of work that you need to put in to make sure that your user just sees something that looks like magic. Many documents, you take pictures of them on a phone, you end up with very low quality documents with a number of common problems. This really means you want to rethink how scanning, how image capture from these devices really fits into your business processes. You want to go upstream a little bit. You want to be able to guide your users into making higher quality documents for your OCR and your scan processes to work with in the first place. Now, one easy way to do this that Carsten described was with creating custom applications for scanning and image capture that guide users through the steps that they can take to get the best possible inputs. So, for example, the application he demonstrated, you would tell a user when it's too dark, when things are too bright, when they need to move their phone closer to their document to get a high quality scan. Now, he talked about a number of APIs that are available to facilitate this, some low level, some high level. Of course, Carsten recommends you use the higher level APIs because easier stuff's easier to use. But lower level ones that give you more flexibility at the cost of some ease of use. So then when you tie these image capture applications to your upstream business processes, well, this is a given, right? But when you tie these processes back to the applications that you give your customers and your users to provide information about the images that you've received from them, well, this is where the real fun starts. It was an awesome presentation. I followed it up from Michael Fuchs from Abbyy. So we get these PDF documents in. He talked about classification of PDF documents. So what he talked about classification as a concept at its core, it's about determining what to do and where to file away a given PDF or a given document once you've received it. So most of the time, we think of classification perhaps in kind of yes-no binary rules, but if you think of your junk email, you know these yes-no sorts of rules are just bound to failure, just don't work. So how can we classify PDF documents? Well, we can classify them by visual appearance. Does the pattern of the appearance, the dots, if you take the regions and conceptualize them, does it look like other types of documents that you know? What's the document about? If you extract keywords, if you extract search terms, can you use these as a way to classify PDFs? Can you categorize, can you use a little more sophisticated approach in terms of machine learning and actually starting to interpret and maybe understand a little better what documents as a whole have for content, start basing classification on content-based rules, get into models like machine learning. Now, machine learning, there's a lot of domain knowledge that goes into making a successful system. Thankfully, there's not so much domain knowledge required to use a system, but it still involves training sets and still involves having a corpus of documents to use and being able to analyze where does the learning succeed, where does it need tuning, and it still requires maintenance of this learning and these rules. Still a fascinating field, a lot of exciting things happening there. And moving from kind of simplistic classification to more sophisticated methods of really determining what documents belong to what other documents. Now, this is all well and good if you can tell what a PDF file says. So Neil Pittman from Aquaforest followed this up with a great session on top reasons that search can't find PDF files. Now, he's got 11 favorites. I'll go through these briefly. His favorites are PDFs that are only images or PDFs that are images plus text, PDFs that have custom font encodings that thwart text extraction, PDFs that have passwords, PDFs that have permissions that say, no, you can't extract content, don't search this, attachments, text that's included as vector images, file size, page number limits, text that's outside of page content streams and things such as annotations, things such as bookmarks, text that's in PDF forms, and just plain syntactically bad PDF documents. Now, the interesting thing is that different search engines, different tools fare better, fare worse with some of these categories of PDF files and PDF problems. Neil took us through a number of tools and which are better for which scenarios, which are worse. And then finally, we had Kurt Pfeffel give a great hands-on session with PDF debugging and PDF processing using open source tools. So some of these problems, some of these difficulties that we see in PDF files, some great information, some great really hands-on techniques about how to get more information about files, how to get some of the content out, some of the images out, and help determine, okay, what to do in the cases where you need to change a PDF or you need to modify it for better processing. And that brings us to this session right now. It was a great, great track. I want to thank all my speakers, and I'll turn it over to Olaf. Thank you.
University.
Yeah, so this is for all the cool people who couldn't attend our track. So the track I was chairing is called PDF University, going on today and tomorrow. And a selection of pretty interesting sessions around, in this case for today, 2 topics. The first one was by René Rebe about PDF raster, who was not in this session and has an understanding of what PDF raster is. Okay, so some people already know. PDF raster is a very specific subset of the PDF syntax that the Twain organization was interested in establishing. Twain has been around for a long time, dealing in scanning technology. It's a trade association. They have relied on TIFF for a long time to represent scanned content inside scanning systems. And I had the impression they got tired of that for a number of reasons, and we're looking for something more flexible, more powerful, more modern, and have figured out that PDF is that format that could be much more useful, but they also realized it's maybe a little bit too powerful for their purpose, putting too much burden on processors in the context of scanning systems. So René explained what PDF raster is like and how it emerged. So it's the result of some initial work at the Twain organization, and then some joint work together with the PDF Association to turn it into a pretty sound and specific specification. We had some interesting discussions. So my initial expectation was PDF raster scanning. We will probably have 3 people in the room. I was wrong. I think the room was full. We couldn't fit any more people in, so that's a good sign that we have chosen really one of the interesting topics for this track. We had some discussions because there were some concerns about whether you can actually do what the PDF raster specification does. For example, allowing access to the image content inside the PDF raster file without actually looking at the PDF syntax. Some of the discussion is still pending. We will find out more about that topic in the next weeks and in the context of the joint working group that's working with PDF raster. It was also discussed where PDF raster actually fits. So, I mean, for the last 20 years, TIFF worked. And René made it clear that Twain Direct, the current, most recent architecture that will include PDF raster, makes certain things possible, especially in the field of mobile scanning, that would otherwise be much more hard to implement, support, and deploy if it's based on TIFF. So it was quite an interesting session. The next 3 presentations today in the PDF University track all had something to do with validation, and it was started by a pretty rich presentation by Duff Johnson and Boris Dubrov about the Vera PDF project. For those of you who don't quite know exactly what Vera PDF is, it's a project with some decent EU funding behind it in the context of an overarching preformer project that has been tasked to come up with a PDF validator. It's not that, sorry for that, PDFA validator, yeah. Already mixing this up. come up with the PDFA validator. It's not that there hasn't been any PDFA validator so far, rather the opposite. There have been a couple of commercial implementations, including one by my company, but from Bernd and from Hans and a few other people in the room. But the community that was the target audience of this Preformer project, mostly libraries and archives, they had an interest of something that is not just vendor specific, so something that's accepted by a wider community, that is independent of vendor technology, open source, free of charge, and so on. And so that's the goal of the Vera PDF project, to put that together. Duff explained about the philosophy behind it. Boris explained some of the technical details. How do you actually go about taking a 30-page document that is the PDFA standard? How do you turn this into something that you can actually implement? They use a certain syntax, Xtext, to express the rules and constraints that are specified in the PDFA standard. And then they feed this abstracted representation of these constraints and rules into a piece of software that will then use this grammar, if you want to call it that, and use it on PDF files and find out whether the given PDF file complies with the rules that are expressed in this Xtext-based grammar. What is extremely cool, and I would invite everybody to really understand what this means. Already now, it's open source and free of charge. It's not final. It will be final by the end of the year. It will then go through an approval phase at Preformer for another half year, and will become officially final next summer. But already now you can grab a beta version of the technology and also of the test corpus they are using to find out whether their software is actually doing what it's expected to be doing. You can download it, you can try it. It comes in all kinds of flavors: SDK, command line, a tool with a user interface for Mac, for Windows, for Linux. So there's no excuse not to have a look at it. And anybody dealing in software engineering with PDF file will probably benefit from checking it out and having a look at it, even if you're not into validation yourself. It could probably be extremely useful for QA procedures in your own company and some other purposes. You may learn a little bit if you look at it. So that was pretty interesting. And it was good to know that the project is on track and will probably deliver a very, very good result by the end of the year. That presentation was followed by actually 2 presentations by Leonard and myself. And I hope I remember correctly what I said. So the first one was called Travels in Validation Land. So I was very much in favor of this Preformer PDFA, a Vera PDF project when it was proposed and then started. But over time, I had some second thoughts about this and that, and I started thinking about, is it really the best way to do it like this, or shouldn't it be done slightly differently? I started looking at other areas where people do validation, and I reported on some of them together with Leonard. So we had a look at, for example, at XML, HTML, EPUB, fonts, and tried to find out what do people do when they claim they're validating XML and EPUB and so on. And we found out about a couple of interesting things. So it's never as clear-cut as you may want it to be. My favorite, really, I will just mention that one, is for font specifications. If we look at the TrueType specification, which is already 25 years old, and you search for text in the specification that has very clear instructions, what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, and may use words like must. So there's one sentence saying tables in the TrueType font must be 4-byte aligned. It's a very simple English sentence. It's very clear. It's very difficult to not understand it correctly. Yeah. Still, once we had implemented our own font parsing technology to do PDFA validation a long time ago, our engineers said, well, all the fonts I run into, they are not 4-byte aligned. I said, that's strange. It's one of the very clear-cut instructions in the TrueType specification. It turns out there's like 5 or 10 of them. I think there's 10 times the word must is used in TrueType, and everything else uses much more loose language. And still nobody cares. So the majority of the fonts are just not 4-byte in line. And this is just a tiny example of how specifications work. Sometimes it's difficult to even find wording that is very clear, where it says you must do this, you must not do this. And then even if you find such wording, it may turn out that reality just doesn't care. And it, of course, makes it questionable whether you can validate a TrueType font. Yeah, if 50% of the TrueType fonts are invalid, how useful is that validation result? Because the fonts work. So that was just one aspect that we tried to make very clear. We also realized that something like XML validation could be based on a schema, which is a kind of grammar, and you take the grammar, you compare it to an actual file, and you find out whether the file complies with that grammar and so on. It was another important aspect. So anyway, it was just a journey through a couple of other areas of validation. That was followed by a presentation titled in an intentionally slightly provocative way, Definitive Validation, a Pipe Dream. It has to be seen in the context that, at least in some context, for example, the Vera PDF project is positioned as being the definitive PDFA validator. And while I fully supported the project initially, even with that title attached to it, I have some reservations about that in the meantime, because it becomes relatively clear relatively soon, if you start working on such a project, that definitive may not be the best word to describe it, because there's never a 100% guarantee that you represent all the rules correctly, that you implement the checking tool correctly, fully correctly, that you cover everything. It's already a challenge just for one document, just for the PDFA document. It's becoming endlessly challenging if you take into account other related specifications like a font specification or a compression algorithm and so on. And I think Leonard and I were able to point out that it would be a good idea to slightly reposition the philosophy that has been driving Vera PDF. It would not imply that you would give up on something like a Vera PDF project, but you would have to reposition it slightly and complement it ideally by some other approaches, like developing tools that make it easier for developers to create good files right away, so you don't find that many bad files later on if you start validating them. So I think that was a worthwhile presentation, and we had, as a kind of wrap-up for that sequence of presentations, a panel discussion just right before this wrap-up session. And I think we more or less came to agreement, much to the dismay of Duff Johnson, maybe, who had hoped to leave some of his takes untouched or unchallenged. But I think in the end he acknowledged that it will probably be good to slightly adjust the take on validation, maybe use slightly different wording, maybe industry accepted for Vera PDF as opposed to definitive. Maybe more often speak of conformance testing based on a specific grammar rather than just saying validating PDFA at large or any other flavor of PDF or PDF itself. And then also take into account other worthwhile projects that would complement the conformance checking or conformance testing as such. And I think that will keep us discussing and keep us busy for a couple of weeks, months, and probably years to come. At least I think it was a good exercise, and I hope it will lead to more activities, and hopefully maybe next year in summer at the next PDF days we will report about the progress in this field, about the completion of Vera PDF, and then also maybe some additional activities. So that was today's PDF University, and I'll hand it over to Ben.
So Bernd, please explain our international guest, Sackford.
Sackford, yeah, okay, sorry. Thank you, Leonard, for this American expression, Sackford. So for the rest in the room, I'm talking about Zugpferd. So I had the honor to chair a pure German session And this was a hybrid session, one half about Zugpferd or Sackpferd, the other half about PDF, the application of PDF-A at customer sites. And so I just begin with the first one, which I made together with Dietrich von Zegern from Callas. There we presented the actual state of the Zugpferd standard in Germany, and especially the actual activities which are going on bringing Zugpferd not only to German customers but also to European customers. Because as I said, that since we have published this first version of Zugpferd in 2014, there has been an enormous interest in the market about this. A lot of companies have already implemented it, but we are still looking for more customers using this standard. There are some people around who say, okay, Zugpferd is the best vehicle for transporting PDF-A3. So the only interest in Zugpferd is PDF-A3, it's not the electronic invoice. The rest of the market says, okay, what is PDF-A3? I want to exchange electronic invoices. So, this is also the background. The European Commission has published a directive in 2014 that every member state has to support at the public authorities the acceptance of electronic invoices starting to end of 2018. That means they have published it 2014 and the time frame is 4 years. That's just like this in EU, very, very fast. And they have then told this, given a task to CEN, the European Standardization Organization, and they are working about this to publish a pan-European electronic invoicing standard, which is valid for public authorities. It's not mandatory for companies, it's just mandatory for public authorities. And this will be, is expected to be published at the beginning of 2017. That means in around January or February next year. And one of the candidates for this standard is Zugpferd, or to be more precise, the underlying data standard UN-CFACT, Gross Industry Invoice, which is the one part, the machine-readable part of Zugpferd. The other part is PDF-A3. Unfortunately, this European standard does not care much about the wrapping of the data, so they allow for PDF-A or PDF-A3, but they look more on the XML part of this kind. But we are still very confident that the technology and the basic standards of the actual Zugpferd will be represented in this upcoming standard of CEN, so that we can see a further growth of spread of this standard and use within industry, and also now due to this fact of the European directive in public authorities. Okay, Dietrich from Callas showed us some practical implementations about this, and the very surprising thing about Zugpferd in practical use is that you don't see much. You only see a button, makes Zugpferd, and you see a button, accept Zugpferd, that's it. So it's just a little standard who still just works, and that's it. If you look behind the curtain, okay, there are a lot of very specific things, but for the end user, for the customer, it's just like a normal thing. So, and therefore, for the people outside there, they don't really feel that they're using Zugpferd. It's very simple for them to use it, as long as their product, their ERP system or other invoicing application is supporting this. This brings us then to the next presentation we had. It was held by member from a company located here in Berlin, which is very famous for their chocolate, Stork, which we are producing this Merci and Toffifee and all this other sweet stuff your dentist is loving. He is a very pragmatic guy, and we know each other since a long time, even from the beginning of this Zugpferd initiative. And he has explained us very, very clear how Stork is pushing this Zugpferd standard into their customers' area. So they are very rigid with this. So they say, okay, we have written all our companies who are delivering goods to us. We have written a letter. You have to send us your invoices in that format. Please do it again. Please do it in this way. If you don't comply with this and you still insist of sending it by paper, you have to pay a little bit more for this processing. And he has really achieved a very high degree of automation by this. And for him, as Zugpferd or this hybrid format was just a good vehicle to make the step from paper invoices to electronic invoices. So it's also showed also very clear that the companies are in the outside. They don't care about the specific standard, whether it's Zugpferd or whether it's UBL or whatever else. The most important thing is that you have electronic data they can process directly. That's the most important thing, and he showed this very well, and he's still improving this. So there is still the way that he has a little rest of paper invoices he wants to get rid of. And therefore, he will start next week as in a web portal where they can, where the companies who are working for Stork can then put in their invoice data directly, and behind this web portal, they are producing Zugpferd invoice documents, which are then processed by the normal processing chain within their company. Okay. After that, we had a presentation from SAP, this small German company. They are also dealing with electronic invoices, yes, and they have they are one of the biggest players in the market worldwide about company software and electronic invoicing software. But still, the Zugpferd format is not an integral part of SAP, because they have so many other formats they are using and supporting, and they are well established in the market that they don't have implemented it directly for them. What they've made is, and they developed in the consulting branch of SAP a solution together with Luratech that they can then now use very easily this Zugpferd format. And he also explained an interesting detail about this, that the most expensive part was not the wrapping and extraction of the XML data within the PDF-A3 or the conversion of the PDF-A3. The most expensive part was the mapping of the XML data to the internal structures of SAP. So this took more than 100 person days of amount in the company to make this mapping very robust against errors and so on. And this is the biggest task a manufacturer has to do if we want to implement Zugpferd into his systems. Okay, after that we had a break, and we had then two presentations about the direct use of PDFA within companies to improve the quality of the processes. One was from a Swiss company, also well known, Geberit, which is well known for their sanitary products, and there was a presentation held by Matthias Fluri from Join Apps. He explained us about the internal business processes of this company and how they are, how there's the life cycle of a new product, beginning from the R&D department and the marketing until they really start the production of the product, and how the information is exchanged between the various departments within the company. And this Geberit company in Switzerland, they have chosen very early to use PDF documents, ordinary PDF documents, for the exchange of the documents. That means at the very beginning, okay, they also used Excel and Word and so on, but since a couple of years they rely on PDF. And what they have done in the last years is to really look very carefully about this exchange of the documents, also the exchange of PDF documents to their suppliers and back again. And they have now reached a very high degree of automation, how they generate these documents out of their SAP system, even converting data from CAD systems together, send this to their suppliers for getting an offer, and then get back this information from the offer again, and then compare it with their own requirements, and then make the selection who is finally producing, for example, a part for Geberit. And all this process from the very beginning in the CAD system until the end, when the production starts, is managed by PDF documents. They're using PDF forms. They generate. They are reading PDF forms. They are building booklets out of CAD documents and forms. So even there had been some obstacles within the company itself, because some of the employees, they were not very satisfied at the beginning because they have to change their way of working. They are now very happy to have this kind of workflow based on PDF and PDFA. The last presentation we had was from Charles Berlocher from ETH Zurich, the famous university at Zurich, and he had also the problem that at ETH Zurich they have a central department which is located at the HR branch of the administration, and they have to deal with thousands and millions of documents coming from every side, from every other department and so on, mostly HR documents or any receipts, diploma theses, doctoral theses and so on, and they have to archive them for long term in a stable format. And they have, in the former time they already had an archive system, but they made the fault to allow more than one format. That means they allowed TIFF and PDF and JPEG and so on. And now they had the problem, they got stuck with these various kinds of formats, and they decided to really fuse this together to one format archive. And they managed this by using a central document conversion server. And now all of the documents the departments are producing, and also the HR documents are converted centrally into PDFA 2B, and then moved to the archive for long-term preservation. Okay, that was the story from my side, and yeah, okay.
Thank you very much, Ben. So we hand over to Achim. That's the last track, or was the first track, number 1, but we switched the order. So maybe Raisiscan became just as famous German word like Zackfurt, let's see.
Right.
And you had very interesting accessibility presentations.
The first session in our track was held by Martin Gaper from the DRV Bund. That is a part of the federal German pension fund, the largest organization in this institution. To give you a slide overview, what they are doing, they have an input of 17 million letters a day. They have an output of 41 million letters a day. They have 10 million paper files left in their archives it is only a small part of that. They have 30 million files on 100,000 microfilms, and they have now started since 2003 with partially projects, digitized 30 million documents of their archives. There is a German, as Thomas already said, there's a German guideline from the Federal Agency for Security in Information Technology, which issues this TR ResiScan named guideline. It defines a generic scan process with the preparation, with scanning, with image enhancement, image and working on the images, and with the secure the integration of the documents and integrity of the documents. Sorry, with the partially with the signature. They realized in the last 3 years, since 2013, when the guideline was issued by the BSI, the German name of this agency, the process in their scanning environment, especially today he talked about the implementation of a so-called transfer node. That means in this transfer node is noted the organization which has digitized this document, the user, the hardware which was involved, the workplace, the process and the process description which is valid at that time when the document was digitized, the batch where the document was included, and the position in the batch. There's a possibility to give a remark. For example, it's a bad copy in this transfer node, and the QC result. The sense of this guideline is a trustworthy, legal improved digitization of documents, which will be able to prove within a struggle on legal affairs. Finally, the transfer node is included within the document in a PDF A3B, which is signed then and goes in this manner to the archive. The rest of the day, we talk about PDF UA. The first presenter was Markus Erle, who presented a study investigating the websites of 14 federal government departments in Germany. It goes over 1 year. The check criteria were the Matterhorn protocol, the part of that which is machine or automatically readable. They documented the download date, the URL, the test result. They have some limitations in their study because they use the Google crawler, which could not find all documents which were published in this time period. They skipped parsing errors in the files, and there was no check if there are alternate formats for the content. The results: 42% include text, the quality is not documented of the text, and 57% includes no text in the file. And the rate for ministries were between 87% and 24%. Of course, they were limited by the machine-readable method following Matterhorn. Yes. The quality of the algorithm, they are looking at the files, landed by 80% of excess. That means 20% of the files were not accessible. And Markus compared these files with the rope way, where 20% of the latches are missing, and you can imagine that this is not very truthful. Klaas Posselt reported about a project with a journal from a Bavarian ministry. The project starts with, of course, with the investigation. What is the target? Find the beginning. What could be barrier-free in this or accessible in this publication? And he starts to bring everyone into the boat who is involved in this journal, publication of this journal. One of the results are the publication of accessible documents as a process from the beginning. Think about graphics, text, formats for the whole process, from write to publish and print. The conclusion was build a template where the result is accessible with a set of templates. And another conclusion is accessible if you have done the work in the beginning, then it means that you have not really a heavy workload for all the following steps in the production and publishing. And another conclusion, InDesign is not perfect and deliver no perfect result. You have ever to work about the results to be really accessible. So then we heard about the production of print content for the web, also from the DAW Bund, the German pension fund, presented by Frau Schüler and Markus Müller-Trabucki. The DAW website is already certified based on BITV. That's a barrier-free information technique guide, not guideline. It's the English word for Verordnung. Guideline. Verordnung is more than guideline. It is all the print publications should be accessible on the website of the DAW Bund. And one of the further optimization is easy language on the website. They have now 57 brochures in Flyer with a run of 5.8 million over the year, and they have downloads of about 4.9 million for these brushes and this content on the website. And up to now, it is a cooperation between the editors of DAW Bund and SAZ Berlin. Up to now, they have 5.5 thousand pages accessible in the web. The challenges were the quantity, to be up to date and to be really accessible. DAW is a pioneer in these things. They had a guideline before the standard was issued of PDF UA. They have harder requirements which extends the standard PDF UA already before the publication of the standard. The workflow structure the document and to take it in InDesign, of course, as we already said, not perfect. There is still something to do in Acrobat. We make an optimization with the PDF tagger as an SAZ development, and quality control visual and by review. So the workflow contains of create, optimize, validate, publish. The document structure is produced with templates in InDesign. Yeah. Further targets are get better and better. The last session was presented by Michael Holzer and Markus Erle. The introduction of PDF UA for the publications and fact sheets and all what and so on for the Austrian Ministry for Social Affairs. They start 2013 with InDesign, but they changed after some consultation with external consultants, especially with Markus Erle, to the production in Word. They build simple Word templates, modular and easy to use. They trained all the users very careful with easy to use guidelines for the editors. They included all the publications of the ministry. The ministry was changed the CI for this project so that they have better contrast in their documents. This is not very often the case that an institution is doing that. The functionality in the templates, in the Word templates, which is not compatible with the standard, are disabled in the Word applications, and the templates for production of accessible documents will be updated by a central software deployment. And now they are in the situation that they will roll out the production of accessible documents to other departments. That's it. Thank you.
So the barbecue is coming closer, but one last session here. So remember, we started in the morning with 10 years of PDF association, which will also be the theme for, let's say, our party. And also thanks again to Adobe, whereas Leonard just left the room, but thanks again for Adobe. Maybe there's another one from Adobe. 10 years also means 10 years of Olaf. So I hope the few slides are somewhat fun. But on the other hand, I'm also a little bit sorry, as it is a small goodbye. But the main message of this 5 or 7 minutes is a big thank you. But wait a minute. No, we can. Schon die Maus nicht. Ich liebe Macs. No. No, it's better, yeah. Okay, I decided to do this because also I have a long-term relationship with Olaf, and this hopefully not ending now today. And I look back in our system. So we did not do email archiving to PDF in 2002, so maybe a good idea. So I had to ring it out, and this was really the first mail I found in my database. I still was very formal, so at least you can read the German ones. And the main topic was I have learned something from Olaf at this time, 2002. And this is what I really appreciated all over the years, that I really learned a lot from Olaf. The first thing, and this is a little bit more funny, but I remember this very clearly, when I first tried to visit the callas office, and I was a little bit lazy and thought 67 means 67. So I walked to the building or the entrance of 67. This was a total construction place, no callas, nothing at all, still a renovation. And then I figured out something is wrong here. And then this is the first thing I learned. Then obviously we founded together the PDFA Competency Center back in 2006, so our main theme. He was in the beginning already there with his companies, Axayo and Callas. And then Olaf served as a chairman since 2010. And I do not want even to try to talk about the thousands and millions of activities he did and the good things. I think especially this room is all very aware of that, what he has done. So we just took some pictures, otherwise the barbecue will never start. So this was the first conference, and yeah, my joke, so I don't know, I don't have ties anymore. Also, I know some other people which do not use ties, but at this time, back in 2007, this was the main thing. If it's something where who can read a little bit more exactly, do not want to read the dates, so because I guess they shifted a little bit. And then we had 2010 in Rome, so this was really where Olaf became the chairman. So after Harald ended his service as a chairman, then Olaf was elected as a new chairman. And you see that's also what he introduced, what gave Matthias a hard time and sleepless nights in the last days. He had those camera setups, but this great thing that we all do, all those recordings here, so we have very valuable content for the next time. So this. And one of the main ideas, so as I said, I will not try to talk about all, but this was also, I think, started in 2010 to say, okay, PDFA Competency Center was a start, which was the idea in the beginning, but then it was really the time to move on more, or PDF itself became in 2008 an ISO standard. So this was also one of his main ideas, that we are the PDF association as we are now. And then Olaf served as a chairman from 2010 until, formally tomorrow. So still there, but after 6 years of service, he decided that he do not want to be the chairman anymore, which is more than okay. So very long time. And there are just some pictures that we had here. Also, Mr. Müller was here today, and I like this picture together. So Jessica did it already last year, I guess. And the title is important. It's the end with the 3 question marks. So that's what's hopefully important for me, not really the end. First of all, I hope we can all thank you, Olaf, very much with a very big applause. Then during this discussion, we had a little bit what will be the future, and I had this old management by helicopter joke, and you confirmed this one, so you get it. So in case you don't know it, so management by helicopter means fly in, create dust, fly out, get from the problem. So this is management by helicopter, and I'm looking forward to that. So hope Olaf will still be there, add ideas, work with projects which are interesting for him in the PDF Association. And then we also spoke with Duff because we are not good enough in English. And Duff said we can make Olaf a lifetime member, which is definitely possible. And Duff also told us professor of PDF is a good thing. And what does this mean, Matthias? And this is a professor picture, so you see it's really thinking strong about very difficult PDF topics. So thank you very much, Olaf. Now we are very close to the thing. So we have now the party, the barbecue, so you have seen it already. They are setting up this. And the beginning, one last thing we have. It's a small quiz also that you have some, let's say, a little bit action and meet some other people. So when you look into your badge, it's a hidden PDF which search cannot find. So this was one of the interesting. So if you open it, you have a question or an answer. So that's the idea. So you need to find your partner. So you have the question and you need to find the partner who has the answer. And if you have both of this, then you can go to this, oh, what's that, raffle wheel? Huh? The Wheel of Fortune, yeah, and can win some nice prizes. So that's the idea. And there's Matthias bought some nice gadgets here, and so if you have a bigger prize. So the main idea is that you find your partner and also discuss a little bit so that not everybody has to ask everybody. There are labels on the table. So that gives you at least a first hint to find your partner, and that's it. Okay, then we are done with the presentations for today. Hope you had a very interesting first day. Tomorrow we start with Leonard at 9 a.m. And now we have the barbecue, and hope you can network, have some fun, and have some German beers. Thank you, and talk to you in a minute.